Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. I'm the guy friends call when they need someone to talk them down from whatever conspiracy theory they've fallen into. I pride myself on finding rational explanations for weird stuff. I'm not saying I don't believe in anything supernatural, but I need convincing evidence before I'll accept it. That changed last October when I stayed at a bed and breakfast near Sharpsburg, Maryland. I was there with my buddy Chris for a weekend getaway. We both share an interest in Civil War history, so staying at a place overlooking the Antietam battlefield seemed perfect. If you don't know, Antietam was the site of the bloodiest single-day battle in American history. Over 23,000 casualties in just one day of fighting. I knew the history, but I wasn't prepared for what happened there. The B&B was this beautiful old farmhouse from the 1800s. It had been renovated, but still kept all its historic charm. The innkeeper, an older woman named Margaret, gave us a warm welcome and showed us to our rooms. I got this incredible space on the second floor with a private screened-in porch that directly overlooked the battlefield. When I first walked in, I actually gasped at the view. Rolling fields stretching toward distant tree lines, the landscape practically unchanged since 1862. I spent that afternoon reading about the battle while sitting on that porch. Chris was in the room next to mine with a similar setup. We had dinner in town, then returned to watch the sunset from our respective porches. That's when things started to feel off. Around 9 that evening, as darkness settled over the landscape, I experienced this overwhelming sense of dread. It wasn't like anything I'd felt before. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a profound sadness mixed with unease. I initially chalked it up to knowing what had happened there, thousands of men dying horrifically right where I was looking. But it felt more immediate than that, like the grief was pressing in from all sides. I texted Chris, "You feeling anything weird out there?" He replied, "Just enjoying the stars." Why? I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just told him to come over when he got bored. I tried to shake off the feeling, thinking maybe I was just tired from the drive. By 9:30, it was fully dark, with just a sliver of moon providing minimal light. The B&B had some landscape lighting around the property, but it only extended about 50 feet into the yard before the battlefield proper began. I was about to head inside when I noticed something in the field, a faint, dancing light. My first thought was that it must be car headlights from the road beyond, but it was too dim, too isolated. It wasn't moving like headlights either. It seemed to hover about 3 feet off the ground, swaying slightly. I grabbed my phone to take a video, but the light was too faint to register on camera. That's when I texted Chris again, "Dude, come over now. You need to see this." Chris arrived a minute later. "What's up?" he asked, clearly annoyed I'd interrupted whatever he was doing. "Look out there," I pointed toward the field. "Do you see that light?" He squinted, then nodded. "Yeah, weird. Probably kids with flashlights." "At 9:30 on a random Thursday in October? Out in a battlefield?" I questioned. He shrugged. "Maybe park rangers doing a check or something?" We watched for a few more minutes as the light seemed to drift closer to the tree line at the edge of the field. Then it disappeared. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Chris said. "I'm heading back." "Hold up," I said. "Let's look from your porch. You have a better angle toward that section." We went to his room and out onto his screened porch. The view was similar but shifted about 30 degrees to provide a better view of the western edge of the field. We stood there in silence for maybe 5 minutes, scanning the darkness. That's when it happened. I was looking slightly left of where we'd seen the light when I saw it. A figure, not a person exactly. It was completely black, darker than the surrounding night. It seemed to rise straight up from the ground, like it was materializing rather than standing up. It was definitely human-shaped, but there were no features, no clothing details, just a pitch-black silhouette. In one fluid motion, it darted forward about 10 feet, passed in front of a tree, and then seemed to retreat back into the darkness. The whole thing lasted maybe 3 seconds. Despite the darkness, the outdoor lighting from the B&B made the pitch-black figure clearly visible against the slightly lighter background of the field and trees. My entire body instantly covered with goosebumps. I physically recoiled, stepping back from the screen. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Did you see that?" I whispered, not wanting to take my eyes off the spot. "See what?" Chris asked, looking confused. I described what I'd seen, pointing to the exact location. Chris hadn't seen anything. He looked at me like I was losing it, but something in my expression must have convinced him I wasn't joking. "You're serious?" he asked. I nodded, still staring at the spot where the figure had appeared. "I'm going back to my room," I said, suddenly not wanting to be outside anymore. "Want me to come with you?" Chris offered, now looking concerned. "No," I said quickly. "I'm fine." But I wasn't fine. I was genuinely scared in a way I hadn't been since childhood. Back in my room, I locked the door and closed the curtains on the porch door. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was someone walking their dog. But there was no way a person could move like that, materializing and then darting with such unnatural speed. A shadow from a car. No roads were visible from that angle. My mind kept running through possibilities, but none fit. I turned on the TV for background noise and sat on the bed, still feeling that sense of dread from earlier, but now amplified by genuine fear. Every creak made me jump. I checked the time, just past 10. The whole night stretched ahead of me, and I knew I wouldn't sleep. Around 11, I heard a soft knock at my door. It was Chris. "You okay, man?" he asked when I opened up. "You looked really freaked out earlier." I let him in and explained again what I'd seen, this time in more detail. To his credit, he didn't dismiss it outright. "I've never seen you like this," he said. "You're always the one telling me there's a logical explanation for everything." "I know," I replied. "That's what scares me the most. I can't explain this." We talked for another hour, with Chris trying to come up with rational explanations. Eventually, he headed back to his room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink. I kept the lights and TV on, jumping at every noise. The rational part of my brain kept trying to assert itself, telling me I was being ridiculous, but something deeper knew what I'd seen was real, and it felt threatening in a way I couldn't articulate. At breakfast the next morning, Chris and I sat with 2 other couples staying at the B&B. I was exhausted and jumpy, pouring too much coffee and hoping it would get me through the day. Chris kept giving me concerned looks. As Margaret, the innkeeper, refilled our coffee, I decided to carefully probe for information. "This place has such history," I said casually. "Has anyone ever reported seeing anything unusual on the property?" Margaret gave me a knowing look. "You saw something last night, didn't you?" I was taken aback by her directness. "I might have," I admitted. She nodded, setting down the coffee pot. "Was it near the edge of the property, where the field meets the woods?" My skin prickled. "Yes, exactly there." "You're not the first," she said simply. "I've had guests over the years who've spotted similar figures, always in that same area." The other guests were now listening intently. One woman spoke up. "We stayed here last spring and saw lights in the field. We thought it was fireflies at first, but it was too early in the season." Margaret sighed. "This land has seen so much suffering. Over 5,000 men died within sight of where we're sitting right now. Another 17,000 were wounded. That kind of pain, it leaves a mark. I wanted to ask more, but part of me didn't want to know. Chris, seeing my discomfort, changed the subject, and breakfast continued with lighter conversation. Later that day, we visited the official Antietam National Battlefield site and took a guided tour. Standing on the actual ground where thousands had died, I felt that same heaviness I'd experienced the night before, but in daylight, surrounded by tourists. It was manageable. That evening, we decided to take a ghost tour in nearby Shepherdstown. I'm not usually one for ghost tours. They're typically more entertainment than history, but after what I'd seen, I was curious. The tour guide, a local historian, explained that the entire area was considered one of the most haunted regions in America. After the battle, Shepherdstown had served as a makeshift hospital town, with wounded soldiers filling every available building. Many died there. The energy here is different from other haunted locations, the guide explained. It's heavier, darker. There's anger here and melancholy, not just residual haunting, but active manifestations. As he spoke, I felt that same crawling sensation on my skin that I'd experienced when seeing the figure. The guide described reports of shadow figures seen at the battlefield and surrounding areas, exactly matching what I'd witnessed. These aren't your typical ghost sightings, he continued. These are more like tears in the fabric between then and now, moments where the trauma was so intense that it created a permanent impression. That night, back at the B&B, I asked to switch rooms to one without a view of the battlefield. Margaret accommodated without question, giving me a smaller room at the front of the house. Chris thought I was overreacting but didn't push it. I slept that night, though fitfully. We checked out the next morning, and as we drove away I couldn't help looking back at the battlefield one last time. In daylight, it was beautiful, peaceful even. But I knew what lurked there when darkness fell. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what I saw. I've done research, read accounts of similar sightings in the area. Some call them battlefield impressions or trauma manifestations rather than traditional ghosts. Whatever terminology you use, I know what I experienced was real. I consider myself a reasonable person, but that night at Antietam showed me there are things beyond our understanding. The dead at Antietam never really left. Something of them remains, replaying in the darkness, perhaps forever. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up in a small town in Bavaria, our family was practical to a fault. My father, an engineer who saw the world as a series of problems to be solved with logic, and my mother, a no-nonsense primary school teacher who had little patience for fantasy. We're Germans, after all. We like our lives orderly, explainable, and free from superstitious nonsense. But something happened in our home that I still can't explain, even 10 years later. I've tried. God knows I've tried. Our house was built in 1912, one of those sturdy Bavarian homes with thick stone walls and heavy wooden beams that had survived 2 world wars. My parents bought it when I was 5, and we spent years slowly renovating it, uncovering its quirks and character along the way. Despite the renovations, it never lost a certain atmosphere. That's the only word I can use. Not threatening exactly, but present. Aware. As a child, I noticed my friends were uncomfortable staying over. Nobody would ever say it directly. We're not that kind of people. But I'd noticed the way they'd hold their bladders rather than use our upstairs bathroom after dark. One friend, Tobias, finally admitted when we were teenagers that he'd always felt someone watching him in that bathroom. I laughed it off, but I knew what he meant. I'd felt it too. Small things would happen over the years. Nothing dramatic like in horror films, no bleeding walls or disembodied voices, just little oddities that we'd explain away with our typically German pragmatism. The refrigerator magnets would sometimes rearrange themselves or fall off overnight. Pictures would come off the walls, despite being securely hung. My father would blame vibrations from the nearby road, or changes in temperature making the walls contract. One incident, however, defied all logical explanation. My mother had this decorative steel sign in the kitchen, one of those kitschy things with a saying about wine making life better, or something equally corny. She'd placed it on the far left end of our kitchen counter, nestled between the wall and a ceramic fruit bowl. It wasn't particularly valuable, just a bit of silly decor that made her smile. On a Tuesday night in November, about 10 years ago, we were all in the living room watching a football match. Bayern Munich was playing, and even my mother, who usually had little interest in sports, had joined us. Around 9:30, we heard a loud metallic clatter from the kitchen, like something heavy had fallen. "Probably that damn sign again," my father muttered, not taking his eyes off the screen. My mother's decorations had a habit of falling over, and this particular sign had fallen once before. None of us bothered to check immediately. The match was at a critical point, but afterward, my mother went to the kitchen to make tea and called out to us. "The sign is gone." My father and I joined her in the kitchen. The steel sign wasn't on the counter where it belonged. It wasn't on the floor either. "Maybe it fell behind," my father suggested, already getting down on his knees to check. But the counter was sealed to the wall with silicone. There was no behind for it to fall into. My father ran his hand along the narrow gap anyway, confirming what we already knew. Nothing there. We searched the entire kitchen, under the table, in the cabinets, even checking if it had somehow slid under the refrigerator or stove. Nothing. A 30 by 15 centimeter piece of steel had simply vanished. "Did one of you move it?" my mother asked, looking between my father and me. We both denied it. Eventually, we gave up searching. My mother was genuinely puzzled, but not particularly upset. "Well, it'll turn up eventually," she said, in that practical way of hers. But it didn't turn up. Not the next day, or the next week, or the next month. As the weeks passed, the missing sign became a sort of family joke. When any of us couldn't find something, we'd say, "Maybe it went where the wine sign went." My mother occasionally remarked that the ghost took it, which was unusual for her. Our household didn't acknowledge such fantastical possibilities. My father eventually suggested that perhaps one of us had absent-mindedly moved it somewhere and forgotten. Or maybe we had thrown it away during cleaning. Neither explanation felt right, but what else could we think? Objects don't just disappear. Life went on, and the mystery of the vanished sign faded into the background of our family history. I went to university in Munich, then took a job that kept me away from home for several years. My parents continued their lives in the old house, occasionally mentioning minor oddities. A book found in an unexpected place, keys that seemed to relocate themselves, but nothing as inexplicable as the missing sign. Then, last year, I came home for a 2-week visit. My father had finally decided to replace the aging dishwasher, which was on the opposite side of the kitchen from where my mother's sign had been displayed. The old dishwasher had been installed before my parents bought the house, and had stubbornly continued working despite its age, making terrifying noises, but somehow still cleaning dishes effectively. My father and I spent a sweaty afternoon disconnecting the old machine and carefully extracting it from its tight space between the cabinets. It was wedged in firmly, and we had to wiggle it back and forth to get it out without damaging the surrounding cabinetry. As the dishwasher finally came free and we pulled it forward, I noticed something metallic wedged between the back of the machine and the wall. "Wait," I said to my father, who was about to push the new dishwasher into place. "There's something back there." I reached into the gap and pulled out a dusty, slightly corroded piece of metal. As I wiped away the dust with my thumb, I recognized the cheesy wine quote immediately. "Oh my God," I said, my voice suddenly dry. "Dad, it's Mom's sign." My father stared at it, his face draining of color. He took it from my hands, turning it over as if checking whether it was real. "This is impossible," he said finally. And it was impossible. Physically, logically, impossible. The sign had been on the counter on the opposite side of the kitchen. There was no way, no physical way, it could have traveled across the room and positioned itself behind a tightly installed appliance. The counters were sealed to the walls. The distance was too great. The dishwasher had been firmly in place, with no gaps large enough for the sign to slip through. When my mother came home and saw what we'd found, she stood silently for a long moment, then crossed herself, something I'd never seen her do before, despite her nominal Catholicism. "I told you," she said quietly. "The ghost took it." We spent hours that evening trying to reconstruct what could have happened. Could someone have removed the sign, then for some bizarre reason dismantled the dishwasher, placed the sign behind it, and reinstalled everything? But why? And who? We hadn't had workmen in the kitchen between the sign's disappearance and its discovery. Could it have been there all along, before the sign went missing from the counter? But no. My mother had only bought that sign a few months before it disappeared. The more we discussed it, the more inexplicable it became. We're not a family that believes in the paranormal. We're not a family that jumps to supernatural conclusions. We're Germans, for God's sake. We like explanations. We like things to make sense. But this defied explanation. My father, the engineer, the man who built his life on understanding how things work, finally said, "Maybe we don't know everything about how the world works." Coming from him, it was like hearing the Pope question the existence of God. The sign now sits in a frame in my parents' living room, a testament to the one thing in our orderly lives that we cannot explain. My mother jokes that perhaps their house ghost simply hadn't liked her taste in decor and decided to relocate it. My father no longer tries to offer explanations. As for me, I still don't believe in ghosts. Not really. But sometimes when I visit my parents and I'm alone in that upstairs bathroom, I feel that same watching presence that scared my childhood friends, and I wonder about what might exist in the spaces between what we know and what we don't. What bothers me most isn't the fear, it's the not knowing. How did a solid metal object transport itself across a room and behind a sealed appliance? What force could possibly have done that? If something can move physical objects at will, what else might it be capable of? It's been over a year since we found the sign, and I still lie awake sometimes trying to conjure a rational explanation. There isn't one. And for a mind trained to seek logic, to find patterns, to explain the unexplainable, that's the most terrifying reality of all. Story 3. I'm writing this because I honestly don't know what else to do anymore. I need to tell someone who might actually believe me, because my friends think I'm either making it up or that I need serious psychological help. Maybe I do need help, but not the kind they're thinking of. I've lived in my Pinecrest condo for just over 5 years now. It's a nice place in a quiet suburban community. 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, decent kitchen. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. At least the mortgage is mine. The space itself, I'm not so sure anymore. I've always been sensitive to spirits. Ever since I was a kid, I'd feel presences or see things others couldn't. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination, but I knew better. Usually these experiences were brief, a shadow here, a cold spot there, nothing I couldn't handle. But this place, this condo, is something else entirely. It started with small things. About 2 weeks after moving in, I noticed items weren't where I'd left them. My keys would move from the kitchen counter to the coffee table. The TV remote would disappear, only to reappear in the bathroom. I blamed it on stress and being absent-minded while unpacking. By month 3, it was impossible to ignore. I was watching TV one evening when my dryer door swung open with such force it slammed against the wall. No one else was home, no windows were open, no explanation. I got up to close it, and as I walked back to the couch, the kitchen faucet turned on full blast. That's when I knew I wasn't alone. Over the years, it's only gotten worse. Utensils fly off counters. Lights flicker constantly. My shower turns on by itself at 3 in the morning. My bedroom door slams shut when there's no draft. Sometimes I hear footsteps above me, even though I live on the top floor. I've tried everything. I'm not exaggerating when I say everything. I had a priest come bless the place with holy water. I've burned sage, properly, following all the traditional methods. I've used Palo Santo wood. I've set boundaries verbally, telling whatever's here to leave me alone. I've tried ignoring them completely. Nothing works. My friends used to think it was cool at first. Let's hang out at Amelia's haunted condo. But after experiencing it themselves, they stopped coming. My best friend Jen was staying over last year when a glass shattered right next to her head while we were watching a movie. She left immediately and now only meets me at restaurants or her place. Last spring, I went to visit my sister in Colorado for 2 weeks and rented my place to my dad, who needed temporary housing between moves. He's the most practical, skeptical person I know. A retired engineer who believes everything has a logical explanation. He moved out after 4 months without even unpacking most of his boxes. When I asked him why, he just shook his head and said, "You know why, Amelia?" He wouldn't elaborate, but I could see in his eyes that he'd experienced it too. I think there are at least 6 spirits here full-time. There's an older woman who stays mostly in the kitchen. I call her Margaret, though I don't know her real name. She seems mostly harmless, just moving things around and turning on faucets. There's a young boy who I sometimes see running down the hallway. He never speaks, just watches me from doorways before disappearing. The others are less friendly. There's one that stays in my second bedroom that I've never seen, but I can feel its anger. The air gets thick and cold when it's active, and it's the one that throws things. Then there's whatever stays in my bathroom. It likes to touch my hair when I'm showering or brushing my teeth. I felt fingers run through my hair so distinctly that I've screamed and run out soaking wet more times than I can count. But it's the other. 2 that terrify me the most. One stays at the foot of my bed. Every night, without fail, I feel the mattress sink down around 2 in the morning, like someone sitting there watching me sleep. I've taken to sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help. The last one, I don't know where it stays, but it's the newest arrival, and it's changing how the others behave. It's making them bolder, more aggressive. Last month, my boyfriend Ryan stayed over. We were watching a movie in bed when we both clearly heard a man's voice say, "Hello," right between us. Ryan jumped up so fast he knocked over the lamp. We searched the entire condo, but of course we were alone. That night, we both had the same dream. A tall man in old-fashioned clothes standing at the foot of the bed, just saying hello over and over. Ryan left the next morning and broke up with me via text 3 days later. He said he couldn't handle the weird energy of my place. I can't blame him. Since then, things have gotten even worse. I hate to even write this, but the spirits have started doing inappropriate things. Things I don't feel comfortable describing in detail. I'll just say that I've woken up, feeling hands on my body that shouldn't be there. I've felt something grab my ankles while I'm trying to sleep. I've been touched in ways that make me feel violated and terrified. I know how this sounds. I know, but it's real. Last week I woke up at 3:15 in the morning to find all the kitchen cabinets open and every single dish pulled out and stacked in precarious towers on my counters and floor. It would have taken a person hours to do this, but it happened in the 20 minutes I'd been asleep. I should move out, right? That's what anyone reading this is thinking. But I can't. I own this place. The mortgage is ridiculously affordable for this area. I've looked at renting elsewhere, but I'd be paying double what I pay now for something half the size. And with the housing market the way it is, I'd lose money if I sold right now. My plan is to sell in 2 years when I move out of the country for work, but until then, I'm stuck here, stuck with them. I tried renting it out again last summer while I stayed with a friend. The tenants, a young couple, left after 3 weeks and demanded their money back. They said they couldn't sleep because of weird noises and things moving around. They also mentioned feeling like someone was watching them constantly. My next-door neighbor agreed to feed my cat when I went on vacation in December. When I got back, she handed me my spare key and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't go in there again. Something doesn't want me there." She described how my cat would stare and hiss at empty corners, and how she felt something brush against her legs when she was filling the food bowl. Last night was the worst it's ever been. I came home from work around 6 and immediately felt something was different. The air was heavier, charged somehow. I did my usual routine, changed clothes, started dinner, fed my cat. Everything seemed normal for a while. Around 8, I was sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone when all the lights went out. Total darkness. I figured it was a power outage and reached for my phone's flashlight. As soon as I turned it on, I heard whispering coming from every corner of the room. Not one voice, but many, all talking over each other so I couldn't make out the words. My cat arched his back and hissed at something behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. The whispers got louder, more insistent. Then the temperature dropped so drastically I could see my breath. I backed toward the front door, planning to leave until whatever this was passed. But when I tried the handle, it wouldn't turn. I was locked in. I know it sounds ridiculous. I should have been able to unlock it from the inside, but the deadbolt wouldn't move. It was like something was holding it in place. The whispering stopped suddenly, and that was somehow worse than the noise. The silence was absolute. Even the usual sounds of the building, the hum of the refrigerator, the neighbor's TV, the heating system, all gone. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming down the hallway from my bedroom. My cat bolted under the couch. I stood frozen by the door, watching the hallway. A shadow appeared first, taller than should be possible given the ceiling height. Then I saw him. The man from our dream. Tall, wearing clothes from another century, his face obscured by shadow, even though he was walking into the light from my phone. He stopped at the edge of the living room and just stood there, watching me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them. Then he spoke, in the same voice we'd heard before. "You belong to us now, Amelia." He knew my name. How did he know my name? I screamed then. I couldn't help it. As soon as I did, every electronic device in my condo turned on simultaneously. The TV, the stereo, my laptop, even my electric toothbrush in the bathroom. All blaring static or making noise. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The lights came back on. The door unlocked with an audible click. The man was gone. I grabbed my cat and my purse and ran to my car. I spent the night in a hotel, but I had to come back today. I can't afford to stay away. As I'm typing this, I can feel them watching me. My cat won't stop staring at the corner behind me. The air keeps getting cold in patches, like someone's walking past me. My kitchen faucet has turned on twice. I don't know what to do. I'm trapped here with them for at least another 2 years. And now I know they don't want me to leave. Ever. They said I belong to them. What does that even mean? I'm writing this because I need someone to know what's happening. I need someone to believe me. Because if something happens to me, I need someone to know it wasn't an accident or my mental health. It was them. They're getting stronger. They're getting bolder. And I'm afraid of what they'll do next. Story 4. I still get goosebumps thinking about that house in Portland. It's been almost 15 years. But some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something's watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I've never been able to fully explain what happened there, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. We moved in during the summer of 2005. I was 11, my sister Megan was 13, and my brother Jake was 15. My dad got transferred for work, and the house was a steal. Now I understand why. It was this massive Victorian built sometime in the 1800s with all these weird additions tacked on over the decades. The realtor kept calling it full of character, but there was something off about it from day one. The layout made absolutely no sense. The previous owners had basically built rooms onto rooms, and in some places the original windows of the house were still there, just built into interior walls. Like you'd be standing in the dining room and there'd be this window looking into the living room, or you'd be walking down the hallway and see a window that opened into a bedroom. It was disorienting, especially at night. The first month was pretty normal, just the usual adjustment to a new place, the creaking floorboards and settling noises we chalked up to it being an old house. But then weird stuff started happening. It began with the scratches. I woke up one morning with these long, thin scratches down my back. They weren't deep, but they stung in the shower. When I mentioned it at breakfast, Megan pulled up her sleeve and showed similar marks on her arm. Mom figured it was probably our cat, Felix, who sometimes slept on our beds. That explanation made sense until it happened again a week later. 3 long scratches on my thigh, under my pajama pants. Felix couldn't have done that, and Megan had them too, on her stomach. The really unsettling part, Felix had been locked outside all night because he'd brought a dead bird into the house the evening before. Mom looked concerned but tried to rationalize it. "Maybe you scratched yourselves in your sleep," she said, "or maybe there's something sharp on your bed frames." She checked our beds but found nothing. Then came the shadows. At first, we thought they were from car headlights passing by outside. You know how light can create weird patterns through curtains, but these shadows were distinctly human-shaped, and they'd appear on walls where no external light could reach. I'd be doing homework in my room and catch a tall, dark figure sliding across my wall out of the corner of my eye. When I'd turn to look directly at it, it would be gone. Jake started sleeping with his light on, though he'd never admit that was why. He'd always been the tough one, but I caught him scanning his room before entering it, like he was checking if something was waiting for him. My parents tried to keep things normal. Dad joked about the house settling in with us, and Mom kept finding logical explanations, but I noticed they started going to bed later, always checking on us multiple times before turning in. Things escalated about 4 months after we moved in. Megan had her friend Olivia over for a sleepover. They were playing cards at the dining room table. I remember it was rummy because they'd been arguing about the rules. I was sitting in the living room, half watching TV and half listening to their bickering. Suddenly, Olivia went completely silent mid-sentence. When I looked over, her face had gone chalk white. Without saying anything, she stood up, walked to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. Megan and I just stared at her. "There's someone watching us," Olivia whispered, her voice shaking. She pointed at one of those interior windows, this one between the dining room and a small study area. "What are you talking about?" Megan asked, looking where Olivia was pointing. "I saw a face," Olivia said. "Just for a second. It was looking right at me through that window, and then it ducked down when I saw it." My dad came downstairs and checked the whole house. Nothing, but Olivia was so freaked out that her parents came to pick her up at 11 at night. She never came over again. After that, we all started noticing more things. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms. Objects would move, not dramatically like in movies, but enough to notice. Like, I'd leave my textbook on my desk and later find it on my bed. Mum's jewelry would rearrange itself in her box. Dad's tools would disappear and reappear in different places in the garage. I started having nightmares about being trapped in the house while something hunted me through all those weird connecting rooms and interior windows. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like something heavy was sitting on my chest. Megan admitted she was having similar dreams. The scratches continued to appear randomly. Sometimes weeks would pass without incident. Then one morning, one of us would have fresh marks, My parents took us to a dermatologist who suggested it might be a skin condition triggered by stress or allergies. The prescription creams did nothing. About 7 months into living there, the incident with Jake's friend happened. It was a Saturday afternoon, and his buddy Chris was over to play video games. They were in the living room, and I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. The living room had a clear view down the hallway to the bathroom and the back bedroom beyond it. I heard Chris let out this strangled yell. When I ran into the living room, he was already halfway to the front door. Jake looked confused, controller still in hand. Chris was outside on the front lawn by the time we caught up to him. He was hyperventilating, his face drenched in sweat despite it being February and freezing outside. "I'm not going back in there," he kept saying. "No way, man, no way." It took Jake 15 minutes to calm him down enough to explain. Chris said he'd seen something walk out of the bathroom and into the back bedroom. He described it as tall, taller than my dad, who was 6'2", and thin, with a body shape like a person, but wrong. The detail that still makes my skin crawl was when he said it had a face, kind of like a cat, but stretched out, and that it had been walking upright on 2 legs. Jake laughed it off, saying Chris was seeing things or trying to freak us out. But Chris was genuinely terrified. He called his mum to pick him up and wouldn't even come back inside to get his backpack. Jake had to bring it out to him. That night, we had a family meeting. Even my parents couldn't dismiss everything anymore. Too much had happened. My mom admitted she'd been finding clumps of her hair on her pillow in the morning, and my dad confessed he'd been hearing whispering coming from empty rooms. 2 weeks later, we moved out. My parents took a massive financial hit breaking our lease, but they didn't care anymore. We left a lot of furniture behind because nobody wanted to spend any more time in that house than necessary. I remember the relief I felt as we drove away, like a physical weight lifting off my chest. We never talked much about the house after that. It was like we all silently agreed to move on and pretend it never happened. But occasionally something will trigger a memory, a certain smell, or seeing an old house with a similar architectural style, and I'll catch my sister or brother giving me that look, the one that says, "You remember too, right?" It wasn't just in our heads. I looked up the property records a few years back. The house was sold again after we left, and then again just 18 months later. It's been through 4 more owners since then. The most recent listing had interior photos, and I could see they'd done major renovations, tore down walls, removed those creepy interior windows, completely changed the layout. But I still wonder if fixing the physical structure was enough. Whatever was in that house felt ancient and patient, like it had been there long before the house and would remain long after it was gone. The strangest part? Last year, I ran into Olivia at a coffee shop back in Portland. We got to talking, and eventually the subject of that house came up. She told me something she'd never told Megan. The face she saw in that window that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't looking at her, it was looking at me. She said she'd grabbed the knife not to protect herself, but because she felt an overwhelming urge to protect me from whatever was watching from behind that glass. I still get the scratches sometimes. 3 thin lines, always in places I couldn't reach myself. They appear overnight and fade within days. I've never told anyone about this, not even my therapist. What would I even say? That something followed me from that house 15 years ago, that it's still with me, watching and waiting. I don't know what was in that house in Portland. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that we weren't alone there, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I don't think I'm alone now either. Story 5. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me 3 months ago. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed when it comes to the outdoors. I've been mountain biking through the Florida backcountry for almost 7 years now, and I've had my fair share of encounters with wildlife. Alligators sunning themselves on trails, wild boars crossing my path, even the occasional snake hanging from tree branches. None of that stuff ever really bothered me. But what happened that day in the Elk River swamplands changed everything. For context, I live about 15 minutes outside of what the locals call the Halloween capital of the world, a little Florida town that goes absolutely nuts with decorations and festivities every October. I've always found it kind of charming, even if it's a bit over the top. The area is surrounded by some amazing biking trails, which is what drew me here in the first place. That Wednesday started like any other day off. It was mid-April, unseasonably cool for Florida, maybe around 70 degrees with this weird mist hanging over everything, perfect biking weather. I decided to check out a new trail I'd heard about from some guys at the local bike shop, a bit more remote than my usual spots, cutting through part of the state park that borders the Elk River swamplands. I parked at the main trailhead around 4 in the afternoon. There were only 2 other cars in the lot, which wasn't unusual for a weekday. I unloaded my bike, put in one earbud, I always keep one ear free to stay aware of my surroundings, and headed out. The main trail was well maintained, packed dirt with occasional wooden boardwalks over the wetter areas. About 20 minutes in, I noticed a smaller trail branching off to the right, with a weathered wooden sign pointing toward Cypress Loop. It wasn't on my downloaded trail map, but it looked established enough, so I decided to check it out. The trail immediately felt different from the main path. It was narrower, with tall grass and palmetto bushes crowding in from both sides. The packed dirt gave way to softer ground that still held puddles from rain earlier in the week. On my left was what looked like a dried-out swamp area with dead cypress trees sticking up like skeletal fingers. A small wooden bridge crossed over a shallow stream about 50 yards ahead. I'd gone maybe a quarter mile down this trail when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just a bird, something like a heron or maybe an egret. It was this low, fluttering sound, almost like wings, beating but with a weird rhythmic quality to it. But something about it immediately felt off. Hard to explain, but it was like hearing someone try to imitate a bird sound without ever having heard a real bird. Close, but fundamentally wrong in a way that makes the hair on your arms stand up. I stopped my bike right at the entrance to the bridge and pulled out my earbud. The sound seemed to be coming from the denser wooded area to my right, maybe 60 yards off the trail. I've heard all kinds of wildlife sounds over the years, but this was different. It wasn't just unusual, it felt deliberate. The thing that really started to freak me out was how the sound didn't follow normal wildlife patterns. When animals detect human presence, they typically either go silent or move away. This, whatever it was, seemed to be announcing itself. The sound would pause and then repeat, like it was trying to get my attention. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, straddling my bike, straining to identify what I was hearing. The longer I listened, the more unnatural it felt. There was an intelligence behind it that I couldn't explain. My heart started beating faster, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my back, despite the mild temperature. Then the sound stopped abruptly. Complete silence fell over the trail. No insects buzzing, no distant bird calls, nothing. In Florida swamplands, silence is never a good sign. It usually means a predator is nearby and everything else is hiding. That was enough for me. I'm not normally jumpy, but something deep in my lizard brain was screaming at me to get out of there. I turned my bike around, planning to head back to the main trail. That's when it happened. The sound came again, but this time it was directly over my left shoulder, much louder than before. My whole body went rigid. Whatever was making that noise had somehow moved at least 60 yards through thick vegetation without making a single sound other than that unnatural fluttering. And now it was right behind me. I didn't look back. I just started pedaling as hard as I could toward the main trail. The path was bumpy and my tires slipped in the mud, but adrenaline kept me moving. I must have gone about 100 yards when I heard it again. That same fluttering sound, again over my left shoulder, somehow even closer than before. It was impossible. Even if it was flying, I should have seen or heard it move. The vegetation was too thick for anything to travel that quickly without making noise, yet somehow it was keeping pace with me, staying just behind my left shoulder no matter how fast I pedaled. My lungs were burning and my legs were starting to cramp, but I didn't slow down. The junction with the main trail was just ahead, and I irrationally felt that if I could just reach it, I'd be safe. As I approached the turn, I finally gave in to the urge to look back. There was nothing visible behind me, but the sound was still there, still pacing me. It was louder now, and had taken on a quality that was almost like laughter mixed with that wing-fluttering sound. My stomach dropped. This wasn't an animal. Animals don't laugh. I made it to the main trail and turned hard left, nearly wiping out as my back tire skidded in the dirt. The wider trail allowed me to pick up speed, and I rode faster than I ever had before, barely registering the branches whipping past my face or the bumps that nearly sent me flying off the bike. After about half a mile on the main trail, I realized the sound was gone. I couldn't hear anything except my own ragged breathing and the crunch of my tires on the path. Still, I didn't slow down until I reached the parking lot. I threw my bike into the back of my truck without even bothering to secure it properly, jumped in the driver's seat and locked all the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to start the engine. As I pulled out of the lot, I caught movement in my rear view mirror, something at the edge of the tree line. It was just a glimpse, too quick to make out details, but it seemed taller than a person should be, with a strangely angled silhouette. On the drive home, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just an unusual bird. Maybe someone was playing a prank. Maybe I was just tired and my imagination got the better of me. But none of those explanations felt right. What keeps bothering me is how the sound always stayed at my left shoulder. Not behind me, not to the side, but specifically over my left shoulder, like it knew exactly where to position itself to maximize my fear. And the way it moved, silently and impossibly fast through dense vegetation, defied everything I know about how animals or humans move through swampland. I tried describing the experience to a couple of friends, but they just laughed it off. One suggested it might have been a sandhill crane, another thought maybe it was a wild turkey. But I've heard both of those birds plenty of times, and this wasn't that, not even close. I looked up local folklore after the incident and found some old stories about something called the Glade Walker that supposedly haunts the swamps around Elk River. The descriptions vary, but they all mention a tall, bird-like entity that mimics sounds to lure people deeper into the swamps. Most of the stories end with the person disappearing. I haven't been back to that trail system since. I haven't even touched my bike. Every time I think about getting back out there, I remember that sound and the way it seemed to be playing with me, and I just can't do it. I've stuck to paved city paths where there are always other people around. The thing that really gets to me, though, is that I don't think it wanted to hurt me. At least not right away. It could have caught me if it wanted to. It was toying with me, testing me, and sometimes I get the feeling it's not done with me yet. Last week, I was taking out the trash at dusk, and I swear I heard that same fluttering sound coming from the small wooded area behind my apartment complex. I ran inside and locked all the doors and windows. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting those old stories get to me. But then yesterday, I found 3 large, unusual feathers on my welcome mat. They were about 8 inches long, dark grey with subtle, iridescent markings I've never seen on any local bird. I didn't touch them. I swept them off the porch with a broom and watched as they seemed to float away on a breeze that wasn't there. I don't know what was in those swamplands that day. I don't know if it followed me home or if I'm just losing my mind a little bit. But I know that what I experienced wasn't natural, and I know that I'm never going back to those trails again, no matter how much I miss biking. Some things just can't be explained, and maybe they're not meant to be. All I know is that something was out there, something that moved impossibly fast and seemed to delight in my fear. And sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can still hear that fluttering sound just outside my bedroom window. Story 6. I never wanted to move back to my childhood home. Deep down, I think I always knew something wasn't right with that place, but I kept trying to convince myself I was just being silly. When my mom offered us the house in Pine Grove back in 2015, my husband thought it was a great opportunity. Free rent until we could get back on our feet. Plenty of space for our 5 kids. How could we say no? But I knew the history. Everyone in my family did. That house is where my dad killed himself when I was 13. I found him. That's not something you ever really get over, you know? After we moved out, my uncle lived there for a while, but then his girlfriend overdosed in the upstairs bathroom for 15 years. After that, my mom just rented it out to various family members and friends. Almost every single one of them moved out within a year, always with the same kinds of stories, strange noises, things moving around, the feeling of being watched. I never told my husband the full extent of it all when we moved in. I just said there had been some issues with the house in the past. I think I was afraid he'd refuse to live there if he knew the whole truth, and we really needed a place to stay at the time. From the very first week, weird stuff started happening. My oldest would talk about seeing a man standing at the foot of his bed at night. My daughter kept saying someone was calling her name when nobody was there. The twins refused to sleep in their room because they said the shadow people scared them. My husband started experiencing it too. He'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, or he'd feel someone sit on the bed beside him when he was alone. The strange thing was, I hardly experienced anything myself. Once in a while, I'd hear something I couldn't explain or feel a cold spot in a room, but I always found ways to rationalize it. The old heating system was uneven, the house was settling, the kids were playing tricks. I became the family skeptic, always trying to find the logical explanation for things that honestly didn't seem to have one. Then came that night in January, about 4 months after we'd moved in. My husband was at his support group meeting, which always ran late on Thursdays. The kids were staying overnight with my mom. It was just me and our dog Rex, a big German Shepherd mix who was usually fearless. I was catching up on laundry, moving between the basement and the main floor, when Rex suddenly froze at the top of the basement stairs. His ears went back and he started growling at something down below. "What is it, boy?" I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. Rex wouldn't budge from his spot, and his growl turned into this weird whine I'd never heard him make before. That's when I heard it. A loud slam from the basement, like someone had thrown the downstairs bedroom door shut with all their strength. I froze on the spot, my heart hammering in my chest. Rex started barking frantically. "Hello?" I called down, immediately hating myself for doing the classic horror movie thing. But I thought maybe my husband had come home early and gone in through the basement door. "Chris, is that you?" Nobody answered. Then the slam came again, just as loud as before. Boom! Like someone was putting their entire body into slamming that door. Then again, and again. 6 times in total, evenly spaced, like whatever was causing it wanted to make sure I heard it. I'm not proud to admit it, but there was no way in hell I was going down there to investigate. I grabbed my phone, ready to call my husband, but then stopped. What would I say? That a door was slamming by itself in our basement. He'd just tell me to go check it out. And if it was something real, like an intruder, calling attention to the fact that I was alone upstairs probably wasn't the smartest move. Instead, I turned on every light in the house, put on the TV for background noise, and tried to distract myself. Rex wouldn't leave my side, pressing himself against my leg wherever I went. I decided to camp out on the living room couch with the space heater next to me, watching mindless reality TV until my husband got home. At some point, the exhaustion of being terrified won out, and I drifted off to sleep under a thick blanket, with Rex on the floor beside me. I don't know how long I was asleep before I started to feel it, that horrible sensation of being watched. It's hard to describe if you've never felt it, but it's like this pressure on your consciousness, this absolute certainty that someone's eyes are on you. I tried to open my eyes, but they wouldn't cooperate. It was like they were glued shut, and I could only manage the tiniest sliver of vision. What I could see made my blood run cold. There was something standing over me, a tall figure dressed entirely in black. From the tiny bit I could see, it seemed to be wearing what looked like a hooded robe or coat. I couldn't make out any facial features, just this looming dark presence beside the couch. I tried to scream for my husband before remembering he wasn't home, but it didn't matter anyway because no sound would come out. My voice was gone. I tried to sit up, to move my arms, to kick my legs. Nothing. My body wouldn't respond to any commands. I was completely paralyzed, lying there helpless while this thing stood over me. The TV was still on. I could hear some celebrity chef yelling about undercooked scallops. The space heater was humming beside me. Everything was so normal except for the fact that I was completely immobilized with a dark figure standing over me. Then it moved. God, I wish it had just disappeared, but instead it sat down on the couch by my feet. I felt the blanket tighten across my body as its weight settled onto the cushion. I tried again to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely trapped inside my own body. I've never felt terror like that before. It wasn't just fear, it was this primal, all-consuming panic. My mind was racing with questions. What was this thing? What did it want? Where was Rex? Why couldn't I move? Was I going to die here on this couch? The whole time, I kept fighting to open my eyes wider, thinking that if I could just see it clearly, maybe it would make sense. Maybe it would just be a coat hanging in a weird way, or a trick of the shadows. I pushed with everything I had, focusing all my mental energy on just lifting my eyelids. And then, suddenly, my eyes opened fully. The figure vanished instantly. 1 second it was there, its weight pressing down on the blanket, and the next it was gone. The blanket loosened as the pressure disappeared. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. My chest felt tight, and I scrambled for my inhaler on the side table, taking several desperate puffs. Rex was still there on the floor, but he was whimpering, his tail tucked between his legs. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and saw it was only 11:30. My husband wouldn't be home for at least another hour. There was no way I was staying in that house alone. I called him in a panic, barely able to explain what had happened through my gasping breaths. He came home immediately, and I made him check every room, every closet, under every bed. There was no one there. No doors or windows had been tampered with. Nothing was out of place. My husband tried to convince me it was just sleep paralysis. I've read about it since then, how your body stays in a state of paralysis during REM sleep, and sometimes you can wake up mentally before the paralysis wears off. How people often hallucinate a dark figure or presence. How it can feel incredibly real. But here's the thing. I've had nightmares before. I've had vivid dreams. This wasn't like that. I could hear the TV clearly. I could feel the heat from the space heater. I was awake. And that weight on the blanket. How does sleep paralysis explain that? We moved out 3 months later. I couldn't take it anymore, even though I barely experienced anything else personally after that night. But my kids kept seeing things, hearing things. My husband would wake up with unexplainable scratches on his back. I don't know what was in that house with us. I don't know if it was my dad or my uncle's girlfriend or something that was there long before any of us. All I know is that whatever looked down at me that night wasn't human and wasn't just in my head. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still get that feeling of being watched, and my body goes rigid with fear that it followed us out of that house in Pine Grove. Story 7. I've been hesitating to write this down for days now, partly because I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy, and partly because putting it into words makes it feel more real. But I need to tell someone about what happened last week during what should have been just another evening walk with our dogs. My husband Tomislav and I live in a small house in the countryside, about 20 minutes outside of Zagreb. We've been here for almost 4 years now, and one of our favorite routines is taking our 2 poodles, Medo and Luna, for their evening walk around 9 o'clock. We know every path, every tree, and every neighbor's fence along our usual route. About 500 meters from our house, there's this small grove with a gravel path that follows alongside a little stream. It's nothing special really, just a patch of trees and some undergrowth, but it's peaceful. We've seen all sorts of wildlife there over the years: deer, foxes, hedgehogs, and once even a badger. I used to love walking through there at dusk, watching the last light filter through the leaves. Used to. I don't think I'll ever walk there again after what happened last Thursday. It started out completely normal. The evening was cool, but not cold, with clear skies and a quarter moon. Tomislav had gotten home from work a little late, so we headed out around 9:30 instead of our usual 9. The dogs were excited as always, pulling on their leashes and sniffing at everything. We followed our regular route down our street, past the neighbor's vineyard and toward the grove. I remember noticing how quiet it was. No cars, no distant voices, not even many insects making noise. Just the sound of our footsteps on the gravel and the occasional rustle as the dogs investigated something in the grass. We were about halfway through the grove when both dogs suddenly stopped. And I mean completely stopped, like they'd hit an invisible wall. Luna's tail dropped between her legs, and Medo let out this low, rumbling growl that I had never heard from him before. He's normally such a friendly dog. Even when we encounter other animals, he just gets curious or playful. But this sound, it raised the hair on the back of my neck. Tomislav tensed beside me and squeezed my hand. "Do you see that?" he whispered, nodding towards something ahead on the path. About 50 steps ahead of us was an animal. At first glance, it looked like a large dog, maybe the size of a Labrador, but completely black. And when I say black, I don't mean dark brown or grey-black like most black dogs. This was absence of light black, like a hole cut into the world. I squinted, trying to make out more details, but it was difficult in the dim light. The shape was definitely canine, but something about its proportions seemed off. Its legs might have been too long, or maybe its back was too arched. I couldn't quite tell. It was just standing there in the middle of the path, completely motionless. Then it turned its head toward us. I couldn't see eyes or any facial features, just the movement of its head swiveling in our direction. The moment it spotted us, both our dogs started trembling. Luna pressed herself against my leg so hard I almost lost my balance. "Let's go," I whispered to Tomislav. But before we could move, the black animal suddenly darted across the path toward the fence of a nearby yard. And then it disappeared. Not like it jumped over the fence or ducked behind a tree. It literally dissolved into thin air. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone, leaving behind what looked like a black mist that lingered for 2 or 3 seconds before dissipating completely. I felt my stomach drop. "Did you—" I couldn't even finish the sentence. "Yeah," Tomislav said, his voice tight. "I saw it too." Without another word, we turned around and started walking quickly back the way we'd come. The dogs didn't need any encouragement. They were practically dragging us away from that spot. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We'd gone maybe 100 meters when the second thing happened, something that scared me even more than the black animal. We were standing under one of the old-fashioned streetlights that line the main path through the grove. The yellow light was casting our shadows long on the ground. I was just about to say something to Tomislav when suddenly the entire grove in front of us went completely dark. It wasn't like a power outage. The streetlight above us stayed on. It was as if something enormous was standing between us and the rest of the grove, blocking all light from reaching it. The darkness was absolute, not even outlines or shadows visible, just a wall of pure blackness. I froze, clutching Tomislav's arm. The dogs were whimpering now, pressing against our legs. Time seemed to stop as we stood there, staring at that impossible darkness. 3, maybe 4 seconds passed, though it felt much longer. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the darkness was gone. The grove lit up normally again, with the streetlights casting their usual pools of yellow light along the path ahead. Neither of us spoke. We just grabbed the dogs and ran all the way home, not stopping until we were inside with the door locked behind us. We sat at our kitchen table for hours that night, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Tomislav kept checking the local news on his phone, looking for reports of power outages or maybe some kind of explanation. I made cup after cup of tea that grew cold while we talked in circles. Maybe it was just a stray dog, he suggested at one point, but his voice lacked conviction. Dogs don't disappear into black mist, I replied, and they definitely don't make entire sections of forest go dark. We considered all the rational explanations. A trick of the light, exhaustion making us see things, maybe even some kind of shared hallucination, but none of it fits with what we experienced. Both of us saw the same things, and our dogs reacted too. You can't explain away an animal's fear. I've barely slept since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see that black shape turning its head toward us. I keep thinking about how it moved, not quite like a normal dog, more fluid somehow, like its joints work differently. We've taken the dogs out every night since then, but we've changed our route completely. Now we stick to the well-lit streets in the neighborhood, avoiding anything resembling a path or a grove. Tomislav tries to act normal about it, but I notice how he keeps scanning our surroundings, how he tenses at every unexpected sound. Yesterday I tried researching local folklore, looking for stories about black dogs or strange creatures in Croatian myths. There are some tales about supernatural creatures that can shapeshift or manipulate their surroundings, things like the Vukodlak, werewolf, or various forest spirits, but nothing that exactly matches what we saw. The part that keeps bothering me the most is the darkness that descended on the grove. It was so complete, so unnatural, and the way it appeared and disappeared so suddenly. It felt deliberate, like something was showing us what it could do, or maybe warning us. I've always considered myself a practical person. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or things that go bump in the night. Or at least I didn't before last Thursday. Now I'm not so sure what to believe. We haven't told anyone else about this. Not our friends, not our families. What would we even say? Hey, we saw some kind of supernatural black dog that disappeared into mist, and then the whole forest went dark. They'd think we were making it up, or that we'd both lost our minds. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt in that moment, the primal fear that shot through me when that thing turned its head toward us. It wasn't just startled or surprised to see us there. It noticed us. It was aware. I keep wondering if we should go back during daylight to see if there's any evidence or explanation for what happened. But something tells me we won't find anything. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to go anywhere near that grove again, day or night. The dogs haven't been the same either. Luna, who used to be so energetic and playful, has been unusually subdued. Meadow keeps staring out the windows at night, growling softly at nothing we can see. They both refuse to go in the direction of the grove, pulling hard on their leashes if we even start heading that way. It's been 5 days now, and I still jump at shadows. I still lie awake at night, wondering what it was we encountered. Was it some kind of spectral hound, a shapeshifter, something that can manipulate both its physical form and the light around it? Or was it something else entirely? Something beyond our understanding of what's possible in this world? I don't have answers. All I know is that the countryside outside Zagreb that once felt like home now feels different. When I look out our windows toward the tree line at dusk, I can't help but wonder, is it out there watching? And will we see it again? I've never been a superstitious person, but now I find myself leaving the lights on at night. I've even started avoiding looking out the windows after dark. Tomislav caught me placing a line of salt across our doorway yesterday, something my grandmother used to do to ward off evil spirits. He didn't say anything, just helped me finish the line. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. Part of me hopes I never have to. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever we saw, it wasn't a chance encounter. It felt like recognition, like two worlds briefly touching, with us caught in the middle. And I can't help but wonder if next time that black mist might not just disappear into the air. If next time it might come toward us instead. Story 8. I've never told this story in full before. It's been almost 16 years since that summer in 2007, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was 9 years old, and my best friend Hannah was 8. Every summer, our families would go camping together at this site in northern Ontario, in the Burwash district. It was this beautiful place with tall pines and a lake that seemed to stretch forever. The water was always cold, even in July, but we didn't care. We'd spend hours swimming and playing on this old wooden floating dock about 30 feet from shore. This particular summer started like any other. Our parents set up the campers side by side, like they always did. Hannah and I immediately went exploring while the adults got everything organized. We were so excited to be back, running through the familiar paths, checking if the fort we'd built last year was still there. It wasn't, just a pile of sticks, and planning all the adventures we'd have. It was on our second day there when we met Emily. We were collecting pine cones near the trail that led down to the lake when this girl just appeared. I still remember looking up and suddenly seeing her standing there watching us. She looked about our age, maybe 9 or 10, with shoulder-length brown hair and these intense green eyes. What struck me most was how pale she was, like she'd never been in the sun before. And she was so thin, not just skinny like some kids are, but almost fragile looking. "Hi," she said. Just that. Nothing else. Hannah and I introduced ourselves, and she told us her name was Emily. We asked where she was camping, and she pointed vaguely toward the other side of the campground. When we asked if she wanted to play with us, her whole face lit up in a way that made her look almost normal. From that moment on, the three of us were inseparable. Emily knew all these cool spots around the campground, hidden clearings, the best berry bushes, places where you could sometimes spot deer. She seemed to know the area better than anyone, even though we'd been coming here for years. Looking back, there were so many weird things I should have noticed. Emily always wore the same clothes, a faded blue t-shirt and grey shorts. She never had a swimsuit, but would swim in her clothes, and they'd somehow be dry minutes later. She'd show up early in the morning and disappear as the sun was setting, never saying goodbye, just suddenly not there anymore. And she never, ever ate. Not once. Hannah and I would be having lunch or snacks, and Emily would just watch us, saying she already ate or wasn't hungry. But the strangest thing, my parents never seemed to notice her. They'd talk to us while Emily was standing right there and completely ignore her. I figured they were just being adults, you know, too busy with their own stuff to pay attention to their kid's new friend. About a week into our 3-week camping trip, we were having the best day. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot, with this gentle breeze that made the pine trees sway. We spent the whole morning building a massive sandcastle at the little beach area. Emily was surprisingly good at it, shaping these intricate towers and moats. By lunchtime, we'd created this whole sand kingdom, complete with a wall around it and flags made from twigs and leaves. After lunch, which Emily skipped as usual, we decided to go swimming out to the floating dock. It was my favorite place in the whole campground. This wooden platform anchored about 30 feet from shore. The water there was deep enough to jump in, but you could still see the sandy bottom if you looked hard enough. Hannah's mom had come down to read a book on the beach while we swam. She always kept an eye on us in the water. I remember waving to her as we splashed our way to the dock, and she waved back, smiling. The three of us climbed onto the dock, giggling and dripping. We played our usual game of Mermaid Princess, which basically involved taking turns jumping off the dock while the others made up stories about where the mermaid was going. When it was my turn to be the princess, I stood at the edge, ready to make a dramatic leap. That's when Emily said something weird. "Do you want to see something cool at the bottom of the lake?" I turned to look at her, and something about her expression made my stomach flip. Her green eyes seemed different, darker somehow, and her smile didn't look right. But before I could answer, she pushed me. Hard. I fell into the water, surprised but not scared at first. We pushed each other in all the time, but when I tried to surface, I felt hands on my shoulders, pushing me down. I opened my eyes underwater and saw Emily there, somehow in the water with me, her hair floating around her face, those green eyes staring into mine. She wasn't smiling anymore. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but she was so much stronger than she looked. My lungs started burning, and panic set in. I could see the sunlight shimmering through the water above me, but Emily kept holding me down. In that moment, I was certain I was going to die. Then suddenly, the pressure was gone. I felt different hands grabbing me, pulling me up. When I broke the surface, I was gasping and coughing, with Hannah's arm around me, dragging me toward the ladder on the dock. Hannah's mum was standing up on the beach, shading her eyes, calling to ask if we were okay. I guess from her angle, it just looked like we were playing. "What happened?" Hannah asked, her voice shaky. "Emily tried to drown me," I said between coughs. We both looked around. Emily was sitting on the dock, legs dangling in the water, acting like nothing had happened. When she saw us staring, she smiled that same sweet smile she always had. "I wanted to show you the fish," she said innocently. "They're really pretty if you look long enough." I was terrified. I told Hannah I wanted to go back to shore, and we both climbed onto the dock. Emily followed us as we swam back, acting completely normal, talking about what we should do next. My mind was racing. I wanted to tell Hannah's mom what happened, but somehow I couldn't find the words. Would she even believe me? She never seemed to notice Emily anyway. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Emily's face underwater, those green eyes staring at me while she held me down. I told my parents I didn't feel well, hoping they'd say we could go home, but they just gave me some medicine for my stomach and said I'd feel better tomorrow. The next morning, Emily was waiting at our campsite when Hannah came over for breakfast. I froze when I saw her, but she acted like yesterday never happened. Hannah seemed wary, but didn't say anything. What could we do? Tell our parents that our friend, who they never acknowledged, had tried to drown me? It seemed impossible. After an awkward breakfast, where Emily, as usual, didn't eat, she suggested we go on an adventure. "There's this really cool place I want to show you," she said, her eyes bright with excitement. "It's not far, just down that river path. There's an old building there with all kinds of neat stuff inside." I knew immediately what she was talking about. The abandoned Burwash prison camp was in this area. We'd heard about it from other kids at the campground, this creepy old prison facility that had been closed down decades ago. Parents always warned us to stay away from there. It was dangerous, with crumbling buildings and who knows what else. "That's really far," Hannah said hesitantly. "And our parents said we're not supposed to go there." Emily's face changed for just a second, a flash of something angry and cold before her smile returned. "It's not that far. We can follow the river and be back before anyone notices. Don't you want to have an adventure?" Something in her voice made the hair on my arms stand up. I glanced at Hannah and could tell she felt it too. "We can't," I said firmly. "We promised we'd help my dad set up the new tent today." It was a lie, but I needed an excuse. Emily stared at me, and for a moment I was sure she knew I was lying. Then she shrugged. Maybe tomorrow then, she said. But there was no tomorrow with Emily. After that day, she never came back. We waited for her at our usual meeting spots, but she never showed up. By the end of our camping trip, Hannah and I had almost convinced ourselves we'd imagined the whole drowning incident. Maybe Emily had just been playing too roughly. Maybe we'd overreacted. Fast forward to 7 years later. I was 16, going through old photos with Hannah at her house for a school project about childhood memories. We found a bunch from that summer in 2007 and started looking through them, laughing at our dorky swimsuits and bad haircuts. That's when we noticed it. In every single photo from that 3-week camping trip, it was just Hannah and me. Emily wasn't in any of them. That's weird, I said, flipping through more photos. Where's Emily? Hannah frowned, looking confused. Maybe she was camera shy, or maybe these are all from before we met her. But they weren't. There were photos of the massive sandcastle we'd built together, pictures of us on the floating dock, snapshots from all throughout the trip. Emily should have been in dozens of them. Hannah's mum walked by and noticed us looking confused. "What are you girls looking for?" she asked. "Mum, do you remember that girl Emily we played with that summer at Burwash?" Hannah asked. Her mum looked blank. "Emily? No, I don't remember any Emily. Was she from another campsite?" "She was with us every day," I insisted. "She had brown hair and green eyes. She was really pale and skinny." Hannah's mom laughed softly. "Oh, that Emily. I always thought she was your imaginary friend. You two were always talking to thin air and saying, Emily this and Emily that. I figured it was just a phase." My blood ran cold. Hannah and I stared at each other, both thinking the same thing but afraid to say it out loud. That night, without telling each other what we were doing, we both wrote down descriptions of Emily. The next day we compared notes. They matched exactly. Green eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, very pale skin, thin, almost too thin. Always wore the same blue shirt and grey shorts. We'd seen the same person, a person no one else had seen, a person who wasn't in any photographs. After that discovery, I became obsessed with the Burwash area and its history. I researched everything I could find about the abandoned prison camp. The river Emily had wanted us to follow did indeed lead straight to the old prison buildings. Most of the information was just about the prison's operation and closure, but in one local history forum, I found something that still haunts me. In 1986, 2 decades before we met Emily, a 9-year-old girl had drowned in that same lake, not far from the floating dock. Her name was Emily Warren. She'd wandered away from her family's campsite and fallen into the water. According to the brief news article, she had been a thin, pale child with green eyes and brown hair. I've never gone back to that campground. I can't bring myself to. I still have nightmares about those green eyes staring at me underwater, those hands holding me down. I wake up gasping for air, feeling the burn in my lungs. To this day, I don't know why Emily tried to drown me. I don't know why she wanted to lead us to that abandoned prison, and I'll never know what might have happened if we had followed her that day. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm swimming and feel something brush against my leg, I remember Emily's words. They're really pretty if you look long enough. Story 9. Mandit. I never thought I'd be the one writing about this kind of experience. I was always the skeptical type, you know, the kind of guy who laughs at ghost stories and rolls his eyes at paranormal TV shows. But what happened to me in Millfield changed everything, and I still don't have explanations for any of it. This all went down about 3 years ago when I was 18. My parents and I had this massive blow-up about my girlfriend Lily. They thought she was distracting me from my future or whatever. It got so bad that one night, after a particularly nasty argument where my dad threatened to cut me off completely if I kept seeing her, I packed some clothes and just left. I had my beat-up Honda Civic, about $200 to my name, and nowhere to go. I wasn't exactly homeless. I had friends who would have let me crash, but I was stubborn and angry and 18, so I decided I'd rather sleep in my car than admit I needed help. I found this spot on the outskirts of town, at the edge of this big open field that backed up to some woods. It was maybe half a mile through the field and woods to get to Lily's neighborhood, which was perfect. Her parents weren't exactly thrilled about me either, but they were less intense than mine. Every night for the first couple weeks, I'd park my car at the edge of this field around 11 p.m., then walk through to Lily's house. We'd hang out in her room with the door locked until her parents went to sleep, and then I'd head back to my car around 2 or 3 in the morning. It wasn't ideal, but it worked. The thing that made those late-night walks bearable was Lily's dogs. She had these 2 German shepherds named Max and Buddy. They were super protective of her, but they liked me too. For whatever reason, they started following me when I'd leave at night. They'd walk with me all the way through the woods and field to my car, then run back home. It was almost like they were making sure I got back safe, and honestly, having them there made the dark woods a lot less creepy. Then came that night in early October, the night everything changed. It started like any other. I left Lily's around 2:30 in the morning. The dogs followed me as usual as I headed into the woods. The moon was barely visible through the trees, so I was using my phone flashlight to navigate the narrow path I'd worn down over the weeks. About halfway through the woods, Max and Buddy suddenly stopped. Their ears perked up, and they both turned their heads toward the north. "What's up, guys?" I whispered, shining my light in that direction but seeing nothing. Then I heard it too, a faint but steady drumming sound. It was rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere to the north. The dogs started whining, and then without warning, they both took off back toward Lily's house. Just left me standing there alone in the dark. "Hey, Max, Buddy," I called after them, but not too loud. I didn't want to draw attention to myself from whatever was making that drumming sound. I stood frozen for a minute, listening. The drumming continued, never changing pace. It reminded me of those tribal drums you hear in movies, not like someone playing a modern drum set. And it hit me. There was this local legend about a cult that supposedly operated out on Ridge Road, a dead-end street about a mile north of where I was standing. Kids in high school used to dare each other to drive down there at night. The stories said they performed rituals and animal sacrifices in the woods. I'd always written it off as typical small-town folklore, but standing alone in the dark with that rhythmic drumming in the distance, it suddenly seemed a lot more plausible. I practically ran the rest of the way to my car. The entire time, the drumming never stopped, never changed pace. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough that I could hear it even when I reached the edge of the field. I fumbled with my keys, practically dove into my car, and locked the doors. I was breathing hard, my heart racing like I'd just run a marathon. The drumming was barely audible from inside my car, but I could still make it out if I listened closely. I reclined my seat, pulled my blanket over me, and tried to convince myself it was probably just some kids messing around, or maybe even someone practicing drums in their garage with the windows open. Eventually, I fell into an uneasy sleep. I jolted awake around 4 in the morning to a low, growling sound and something hitting the underside of my car. It was like something was scratching or pawing at the bottom of the vehicle. My first thought was that Max and Buddy had come back, but this growling sounded different, more guttural, almost vicious. Could be coyotes, I thought. We had them in the area, or maybe stray dogs. Whatever it was circled my car a few times, occasionally bumping against it hard enough to rock it slightly. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, the noises stopped. I didn't sleep anymore that night. I didn't tell Lily about any of this the next day. I didn't want her to worry, and honestly, I felt kind of stupid being scared of some drums, and probably just animals. But that night, the dogs refused to follow me again, and the drumming was back. Same rhythm, same direction. This continued for days. The dogs wouldn't come with me anymore, and every night that slow, methodical drumming would start up around the time I was making my way back to my car. About a week after it all started, something new happened. I had just reached the edge of the field, my car in sight, when I got that feeling. You know the one, where you're absolutely certain someone is watching you. I turned around and saw a figure standing in the middle of the field, maybe 100 yards away. It was too dark to make out details, but it was definitely human-shaped, just standing there, perfectly still. My first thought was that it might be Lily's stepdad following me to see where I was going. He'd been giving me suspicious looks lately. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding way smaller than I intended. No response. The figure didn't move. I reached my car and quickly unlocked it, but before getting in, I decided to confront whoever it was. I turned on my headlights, illuminating a good portion of the field. There was nobody there. Nothing. Just empty field as far as my lights could reach. I got in my car, locked the doors, and sat there shaking for a while. The drumming seemed louder that night. This pattern continued for almost a month. Some nights I wouldn't see the figure, but other nights it would be there, always in a different spot, always motionless, always gone when I tried to get a better look. The drumming was a constant, though it sometimes seemed to move around. Sometimes it felt closer, sometimes further away, but always to the north. I started taking a longer route to Lily's that avoided the woods entirely, sticking to roads and sidewalks. It added about 20 minutes to my walk, but it felt safer. Still, every night when I'd return to my car, I'd scan the field carefully before approaching. Sometimes the figure would be there, sometimes not. One night in late November, I was particularly on edge. It was colder than usual, and fog had settled over the field, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I had taken my usual detour, approaching my car from the road rather than through the field. As I got closer, I noticed something odd. There appeared to be several dark shapes moving around my car. At first, I thought it might be people trying to break in, but their movements were too fluid, almost gliding. I stopped about 50 feet away and watched. There were at least 3 figures moving around my car in what almost looked like a circular pattern. The fog made it impossible to see clearly, but they didn't seem to be touching the car, just circling it. I stood frozen, not sure what to do. Then, as if sensing my presence, all 3 shapes stopped simultaneously and turned in my direction. I couldn't see faces or features, just dark silhouettes against the grey fog. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then, as one, they seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. I approached my car cautiously, half expecting something to jump out at me. There was nothing there, no sign anyone had been around. But when I touched the hood of my car, it was ice cold, colder than it should have been even on that chilly night, like it had been in a freezer. That was the night I decided I couldn't stay there anymore. The next day, I swallowed my pride and called my parents. We had a long conversation, and they agreed to let me come home if I focused more on my future. I didn't break up with Lily, but I stopped sneaking over every night. About a year later, I started attending this youth group at a local church, trying to get my life sorted out. During one of the meetings, I got talking with the youth pastor, Sarah, and discovered she lived on Ridge Road, the same dead-end road where the supposed cult was located. When I worked up the courage to ask her about it, she laughed. That old story. Yeah, there was a group that lived out there in a commune back in the 80s, but they were just hippie types, not a cult. They moved away like 10 years ago. I hesitated, then asked, "Have you ever heard drumming out there? At night?" Her smile faded. "How do you know about that?" She told me that yes, she'd heard the drums many times since moving there 5 years ago. Sometimes they seemed to come from the woods behind her house, sometimes from further away. And her daughters, ages 7 and 9, had repeatedly talked about shadow people that ran around their property at night. "We've had the police out 3 times thinking it was trespassers," she said. "They never found anyone." After that conversation, I did some research on the area's history. Turns out, The woods and fields around Millfield had been frequented by Native American tribes for centuries before settlers arrived. There was a natural freshwater spring about half a mile from where I used to park, which had made it an important meeting place. What I had assumed was some contemporary cult activity seems to have been something much older, much more deeply rooted in that land. I still don't know what those shadow figures were, or what was making the drumming sounds. I don't know what was circling my car that foggy night, or what was scratching underneath it that first night. I drive by that field sometimes during the day. It looks completely normal, just an empty field beside some woods, but I'll never park there again at night. And sometimes when I'm driving with my windows down on quiet nights, I swear I can still hear that slow, steady drumming in the distance. Story 10. I still can't believe it's been over 15 years since we lived in that house on Hampton Road. I never thought I'd actually share this story online, but I need to tell someone who might understand what we went through. We moved there in the summer of 2006. I was 11 and my sister Katie was 9. It was a beautiful old Victorian house with these gorgeous bay windows and a wraparound porch. Mum fell in love with it immediately, said it had character. Dad just seemed happy that the price was right. It had been on the market for a while, which should have been our first clue something wasn't quite right. The first few weeks were normal enough. We were busy unpacking, setting up our rooms and exploring the neighborhood. Katie and I shared a room upstairs at the end of the hallway. Our window overlooked the backyard, which had this massive oak tree that was probably 100 years old. I remember the first weird thing happened about a month after we moved in. I had left my favorite book on my nightstand before going to school. When I came home, it was on the windowsill. I figured Katie had moved it, but she swore she hadn't touched it. No big deal, right? I probably just forgot where I put it. But then it kept happening. My hairbrush would be in a different drawer. Katie's stuffed animals would be arranged differently on her bed. Little things that were easy to dismiss at first. We'd blame each other, or Mom, or even our own forgetfulness. Then, one afternoon in October, I came home from school and went to grab a snack from the kitchen. I had left my backpack by the front door, but when I went back for it, it was sitting at the bottom of the stairs. No one else was home yet. I remember standing there, staring at it, feeling this cold sensation wash over me. "Hello!" I called out, thinking maybe Dad had come home early. Nothing. That night at dinner, I mentioned it to my parents. "You probably just forgot where you put it, honey," Mom said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "I didn't," I insisted. "And it's not just that. Stuff keeps moving around in our room too." Katie nodded eagerly. "My teddy bears are always in different spots when I get home," Dad chuckled. "Maybe we have a friendly ghost." He meant it as a joke, but Katie and I exchanged looks across the table. What if he was right? After that, we started paying more attention. We deliberately placed things in specific spots before leaving for school, only to find them moved when we returned. Nothing was ever missing, just relocated, like someone was tidying up after us. In November, we made friends with some kids down the street, the Martinez siblings. They were around our age and lived in the big blue house on the corner. One day, we were playing in their backyard when their mom called us in for cookies. "You're the kids from the Winters house, right?" Mrs. Martinez asked as she poured us milk. "We live on Hampton Road," I replied, confused. "Yes, the old Winters place. Mrs. Winters lived there for decades before she passed. My mother knew her well." She smiled warmly. "Such a lovely woman. She was so particular about that house, kept it immaculate." Katie and I looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. "When did she die?" Katie asked. "Oh, must have been about 3 years ago now. The house sat empty for a while before you folks moved in." That night, we told our parents what Mrs. Martinez had said about Mrs. Winters. "That explains why the realtor said the previous owner had passed away," Mom mused. "I wonder if that's why the house was such a good deal." Dad rolled his eyes. "Don't start with the ghost stories, please." but it was too late. Katie and I were convinced we knew who was moving our things around. Mrs. Winters was still taking care of her house. The incidents continued through the winter. Nothing scary, just odd little occurrences. The TV would turn on by itself. Doors we'd closed would be open. The smell of lavender would suddenly fill a room, then disappear as quickly as it had come. Then, in February, everything changed. Mom had gone grocery shopping and Dad was at work. Katie was at a friend's house, so I was home alone, working on a school project at the dining room table. I needed scissors and remembered Mom kept a pair in her bedroom drawer. I headed upstairs and pushed open my parents' bedroom door. The room was chilly despite the heater running. As I stepped inside, I noticed someone sitting on the edge of the bed. It was an elderly woman with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. She wore a pale blue cardigan and a floral skirt. She turned to look at me, and her face broke into a warm smile. I froze, unable to move or speak. I wasn't afraid exactly, just shocked. She looked so real, so solid, not what I expected a ghost to look like. "Hello," I finally managed to say. She didn't respond. She just kept smiling at me, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Then she reached out as if to pat the bed beside her, inviting me to sit. I took one step forward, and in that instant she was gone. Just gone. The indentation on the bed where she'd been sitting slowly rose back up, as if no one had been there at all. I backed out of the room and ran downstairs, my heart pounding. I sat on the couch, hugging my knees to my chest until Mom came home. When I told her what happened, I expected her to dismiss it or tell me I was imagining things. Instead, she set down her grocery bags and sat beside me. "What did she look like?" she asked quietly. I described the woman, her hair, her clothes, her kind smile. Mom nodded slowly. "I've seen her too," she admitted. "About a month ago in the kitchen. She was standing by the stove looking at me. When I blinked, she was gone." "Are you scared?" I asked. "No," Mom said thoughtfully. "She doesn't feel threatening, more like she's curious about us." "Mrs. Martinez said her name was Mrs. Winters. She used to own this house." "That makes sense." Mom squeezed my hand. "Listen, if you see her again, just be polite. I don't think she means us any harm." I was stunned by Mom's reaction. She'd always been practical, skeptical of anything supernatural, but she believed me without question because she'd seen Mrs. Winters too. That night, we told Dad and Katie. Katie was thrilled at the confirmation of our ghost theory. Dad was more skeptical, but couldn't explain away both Mom's and my experiences. Over the next few months, we all caught glimpses of Mrs. Winters. She'd be standing at the top of the stairs or looking out the bay window in the living room. Sometimes we'd just see a flash of movement out of the corner of our eye. She never did anything scary, just watched us, sometimes with that same warm smile. In April, Mom's cousin visited. She was into paranormal investigation and had all these devices for detecting spirits. Mom hadn't told her about our experiences, wanting to see what she might pick up on her own. That weekend was eye-opening. Her EMF meter went crazy in certain parts of the house. She recorded EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, in the kitchen and master bedroom. But the most shocking revelation came during what she called a spirit box session in the living room. "Is anyone here with us?" she asked into the device that rapidly scanned radio frequencies. Through the static came a clear female voice. "Yes, dear." We all looked at each other, goosebumps rising on my arms. "Can you tell us your name?" "Eleanor Winters." Mum gasped softly beside me. "Are you alone?" There was a pause, then, "No, there are others." "Who else is here?" The next response made my blood run cold. "James." James was my uncle, Mum's brother, who had died in a car accident when I was 7. "And the baby," the voice continued. Mum started crying. She later explained that her sister had died as an infant due to kidney problems. They had called her the baby because she'd passed before they'd even named her. My cousin asked Mrs. Winters why she stayed in the house. The answer came through clearly. It's my home. I take care of it. After that weekend, our perspective on the house changed. We weren't afraid anymore. It felt like we were sharing the space with extended family. Mrs. Winters continued to move things around, but now we'd sometimes thank her out loud when we found something we'd been looking for. Mum would occasionally find fresh flowers arranged in vases around the house, flowers that matched those growing in our garden. Dad stopped being skeptical after his tools, which he always left scattered around the garage, were repeatedly organized neatly on his workbench overnight. The most personal encounter I had with Mrs. Winters happened in May of 2007. I'd had a terrible day at school, failed a math test, and got into a fight with my best friend. I came home in tears and threw myself on my bed. As I lay there crying, I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if someone had sat down beside me. A cool hand gently stroked my hair. I knew immediately it was Mrs. Winters. I didn't look up, afraid she would disappear if I did. But I whispered, "Thank you." The presence remained for several minutes, comforting me, until Mom called me down for dinner. When I finally looked up, no one was there, but a handkerchief with embroidered flowers lay on my pillow, one I'd never seen before. We lived in that house until the summer of 2009, when Dad got transferred to another state for work. Leaving was bittersweet. We'd grown attached not just to the house, but to its spiritual residents as well. On our last night there, Mom left a note on the kitchen counter. "Thank you for sharing your home with us, Mrs. Winters. Please be kind to the next family." The morning we left, all the doors in the house opened and closed on their own, one after another, as if waving goodbye. I often wonder about the family living there now. Do they know about Mrs. Winters? Has she revealed herself to them? Does she still rearrange their belongings and organize their messes? Most importantly, does she approve of how they're taking care of her beloved home? I'm 28 now, but I still have that embroidered handkerchief. Sometimes I swear I can smell a hint of lavender on it, and I'm instantly transported back to that house on Hampton Road. The house where I learned that not all ghosts are something to fear. Sometimes they're just watching over what they loved in life. Story 11. I'm 28 now, but what happened when I was 10 still gives me nightmares. I've never told the full story online before, but after reading some similar experiences here, I think it might help to finally get this off my chest. Back in 2005, my family was between homes. We'd sold our house, but the new one wasn't ready yet, so my parents decided we would temporarily move into my great-grandfather's vacant house. He had passed away a few months earlier, and the house was just sitting empty while the family figured out what to do with it. I'd been to the house plenty of times before, when my great-grandfather was alive. It was this big old Victorian-style place built sometime in the 1920s, the kind with creaky floors, tall ceilings, and weird little nooks everywhere. As a kid, I'd noticed some odd things during visits. Knocks with no source, things falling off shelves for no reason, but nothing that really scared me. My great-grandfather would always laugh it off and say, "That's just the house settling," or "Must have been the wind." When we moved in, though, everything felt different. The house had 3 floors, counting the basement, but weirdly, my parents told us we could only use the first floor and the basement. The second floor was completely off-limits. My mom said it was because great-grandpa wanted it that way, in his will or something, which made no sense to me even then. The door to the upstairs was at the end of the hallway, and my dad put one of those child-proof doorknob covers on it. The weird thing was, almost every morning, we'd wake up to find that door wide open. My parents kept saying I must have been opening it in my sleep, or my little brother was messing with it, but I swear neither of us touched it. After the 5th or 6th time, my dad installed a sliding lock near the top of the door where neither of us kids could reach. The next morning, it was open again. My dad never talked about it. He just silently relocked it every morning. But as creepy as the upstairs mystery was, it was nothing compared to the basement. The basement was partially finished with a couple of small rooms, a laundry area, a storage room, and this weird little office space my great-grandfather used to use. The main part was unfinished, with exposed beams and concrete floors. We had to keep a lot of our stuff down there while we were staying temporarily, including our deep freezer. Only about half the lights worked down there, so there were these dark corners everywhere. The switch was at the top of the stairs, so you'd flip it on and then have to walk down into the dim light. I hated it. Every time I went down there, even in the middle of the day, I felt this heaviness, like the air was thick, and I always felt like someone was watching me. My mom used to make jokes about how dramatic I was being whenever I complained about going to the basement. "It's just a basement, Emily," she'd say. "There's nothing down there but boxes and spiders." But she never seemed to want to go down there alone either. So that day, the day it happened, started out pretty normal. It was a Saturday in July, hot and sticky outside. My mom was making lunch and realized she needed some frozen hamburger meat from the deep freezer. "Emily, can you run down and grab the package of ground beef from the freezer?" she asked me. I remember my stomach instantly knotting up. "Can't Jake do it?" I asked, looking over at my brother. "He's 7, Emily. You know I don't want him going down there alone," she said. "It'll take you 2 minutes. The freezer's right at the bottom of the stairs." Except it wasn't. The freezer was all the way in the back corner, past the office room and the storage room. But arguing would just make it worse, so I dragged myself over to the basement door. I still remember standing at the top of those stairs, my hand hovering over the light switch. I had this overwhelming urge to just run back to my mom and make up some excuse. But I flipped the switch and started down the steps, the wood creaking under my feet. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling cast these weird shadows everywhere. I kept my eyes fixed on the freezer in the far corner and moved as quickly as I could without actually running. The concrete was cold under my feet, even through my socks. I reached the freezer and lifted the heavy lid, propping it open with one hand while I dug around with the other. The freezer was packed with all kinds of stuff: frozen vegetables, ice cream, meat packages, and I couldn't find the hamburger meat right away. That's when I heard it. A thud from one of the side rooms, like someone had tripped and caught themselves. I froze, my hand still buried in the freezer. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe something had fallen off a shelf. Great-grandpa always said old houses make noises, but then I heard the scrape of something being moved across the floor. I stayed perfectly still, hoping that if I didn't move, whatever was making the noise wouldn't notice me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I thought about calling out to see if my dad had come downstairs without me noticing, but something told me not to make a sound. I kept digging through the freezer, moving faster now, wanting to find the stupid hamburger meat and get the hell out of there. My fingers were going numb from the cold, but I didn't care. That's when I heard the footsteps. They were slow at first, heavy, like someone wearing boots walking very deliberately across the concrete floor. And they were coming from the office room, coming toward me. I abandoned the search and slammed the freezer shut. The sound echoed through the basement like a gunshot, and immediately the footsteps quickened. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't try to see what was making those footsteps. I just ran as fast as I could toward the stairs. The footsteps behind me broke into a run too, faster and louder than before. Whatever it was chasing me. I hit the stairs and took them 2 at a time, my socks slipping on the smooth wood. The footsteps were right behind me now, thundering up the steps. I could feel the vibration through the stairs. I swear I could even feel hot breath on the back of my neck. I reached the door at the top and grabbed the knob, but it wouldn't turn. It was stuck or locked or something. I pushed against it, twisted the knob frantically, but it wouldn't budge. The footsteps were almost to the top of the stairs now. I could hear heavy breathing that wasn't my own. "Mom!" I screamed, pushing against the door with all my weight. "Mom, help!" For what felt like forever but was probably only about 10 seconds, I was trapped there, pushing against that door, while something climbed the stairs behind me. And then suddenly the door gave way, and I fell forward onto the kitchen floor. I spun around and slammed the door shut as hard as I could. Bang! Something hit the other side of the door with incredible force, like a fist punching it. The whole door shuddered in its frame. I scrambled backward across the floor, unable to look away from the door, certain it was about to burst open. My mum came running in from the living room. "Emily, what on earth is going on?" I was sobbing so hard I could barely speak. I just pointed at the basement door. "There's someone down there. It chased me." My dad heard the commotion and came in. I hysterically tried to explain what happened between sobs. He looked skeptical, but took a baseball bat from the closet and checked the basement while my mom held me in the kitchen. He came back up after what seemed like forever. "There's nobody down there, Em. Not a thing out of place." "But I heard it," I insisted. "It was right behind me. It hit the door." My parents exchanged that look, the one that says kids and their imaginations. My dad even opened the door and showed me how it sometimes sticks because the wood swells in the humidity. He explained that the bang was probably just the door hitting the frame when I closed it, but I knew what I heard, what I felt. That wasn't the door hitting the frame. That was something angry that I'd gotten away. We only stayed in that house for another 3 weeks before our new place was ready. I never went into the basement alone again. When I absolutely had to go, down there, I made my dad come with me, and even then I'd stay right by the stairs, ready to run. The weird thing is, nothing else major happened during those 3 weeks. The upstairs door kept opening by itself, and I still felt watched everywhere in the house, but whatever was in the basement never made another obvious move. Years later, when I was about 16, I asked my mum why we weren't allowed to go upstairs in great-grandpa's house. She got this uncomfortable look and said, "Your great-grandfather was very specific that no one should use the upstairs rooms after he died. He said they needed to stay empty." When I pressed her for more information, she just said, "Some things are better left alone, Emily." We never talked about it again. The house was eventually sold to some developer who tore it down to build new homes. Part of me was relieved when I heard that. I'm an adult now with my own place, but to this day, I won't live anywhere with a basement. My husband thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he wasn't there. He didn't hear those footsteps coming up behind him, getting faster and faster. He didn't feel the rage coming through that door when something realized its prey had escaped. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if the door hadn't unstuck when it did. Would my mom have heard me screaming? Would she have gotten there in time? Or would whatever was in that basement have caught me on those stairs? I don't think I want to know the answer. Story 12. I've debated sharing this experience for a long time. It happened 3 years ago, but I still think about it nearly every day. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I've lived in Spokane my whole life, and like most locals, I grew up hearing stories about Greenwood Cemetery, specifically the infamous 1,000 Steps entrance. The legend goes that if you count the steps while walking into the cemetery at night, you'll never reach the same number twice. People report seeing shadows, feeling watched, and experiencing overwhelming depression while climbing those steps. I've always been the skeptical type. My friends Tyler, Amber, and Kate know this about me. I'm the one who needs proof, who debunks the urban legends, who finds the rational explanation behind the supposedly paranormal. So when we were bored one Friday night in October and someone suggested checking out Greenwood, I thought it would be fun to take it a step further. "I'm bringing my Ouija board," I announced while we were planning in Tyler's basement. "Jason, that's a terrible idea," Kate immediately shot back. Amber looked genuinely concerned. "Those things aren't toys. My aunt used one and had nightmares for months afterward." Tyler just shook his head. "Dude, even I think that's pushing it." But I was determined. "Come on, What's the point of going to a supposedly haunted cemetery if we don't try to make contact? It's just a board game Parker Brothers sells at Toys R Us. I was so arrogant. We arrived at Greenwood around 11 that night. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s, and our breath came out in visible puffs as we made our way to the entrance. The cemetery sits on a hill overlooking the city, and the entrance is this long, winding path with stone steps embedded in the earth. Not exactly 1,000, but enough that you get winded climbing them. I had my backpack with the Ouija board, a few candles, and a digital camera. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in a pale blue light that made the headstones look almost luminescent. Despite my skepticism, I have to admit, the place had an eerie quality to it. "This is already creeping me out," Amber said, hugging herself against the cold. "Just wait until we break out the board," I replied with a smirk. We made our way up the steps, and I deliberately avoided counting them. Not because I believed the legend, but because I didn't want to give my friends the satisfaction of seeing me participate in the superstition. Near the top, there was a small clearing with a few benches where visitors could sit and look out over the cemetery. "Let's take some pictures before it gets too dark," I suggested, handing my camera to Tyler. "Amber, come stand with me." Amber reluctantly joined me near one of the stone markers, and we posed for a quick photo. Tyler snapped it, and then immediately looked down at the camera's display screen. His face changed instantly. "What the hell?" he muttered. "What is it?" I asked, walking over to him. He turned the camera to show me, and I felt my stomach drop. In the photo, Amber and I were standing exactly as expected, but directly behind me was what looked like a dark, human-shaped shadow. It was distinctly person-sized and positioned right at my back, almost like it was standing over my shoulder. "That's not funny, Tyler," Amber said, snatching the camera from his hands. But when she looked at the screen, her face went pale. "Oh my God!" Kate crowded in to see, and I watched her expression change too. "Jason, what the hell is that?" I took the camera back and stared at the image. The figure was unmistakable, a dark silhouette with what appeared to be a head and shoulders, standing directly behind me. It wasn't just a smudge or a lens flare, it had a definite human form. "It's probably just a weird shadow from one of the trees," I said, though I didn't sound convincing even to myself. We all turned to look at the spot where the photo was taken. There were no trees close enough to cast that kind of shadow, nothing that could explain what we were seeing. "Take another one," I said, walking back to the same spot. Tyler hesitantly raised the camera and took another photo of the same area. This time, when we checked, there was nothing unusual in the image, just me standing alone. "This is getting weird," Kate said. "Maybe we should go." "No way," I replied. "This is exactly why we came here. Let's set up the board." I ignored their protests and looked around for a good spot. Near the main entrance to the cemetery grounds was a large cement circle that looked like it might have once held a statue or fountain. It was flat and perfect for the board. I took out the Ouija board and set it on the cement, then arranged the candles around it. My hands were shaking slightly, but I blamed it on the cold. "Who's going to do this with me?" I asked, looking at my friends. They exchanged glances. "Not me," Amber said firmly. "No way," Kate added. Tyler shook his head. "I'll watch, but I'm not touching that thing." "Fine, I'll do it alone," I said, sitting cross-legged in front of the board. "Jason, seriously, let's just go," Amber pleaded. That photo was creepy enough. But I was determined. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette and closed my eyes. The moment my skin made contact with the plastic pointer, something changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like a mental fog settled over me. My usual sharp awareness dulled, as if someone had turned down the volume on my thoughts. I felt detached, almost like I was watching myself from a distance. "Is anyone here with us?" I asked, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. The planchette remained still for a moment, then slowly, very slowly, moved to yes. Do you have a name? I continued. The planchette circled the board once before stopping on U. You? I repeated, confused. Is that your initial? Again, it moved to yes. I kept asking questions, oblivious to my friend's growing discomfort. How long have you been here? The planchette moved again to you. I don't understand. Does that mean unknown? It moved to no, then back to you. Is there something you want to tell us? I asked. The planchette circled you again. I heard Kate whisper to Amber, is he not noticing the pattern? But in my foggy state, I didn't register what she meant. I continued, is there something you want from us? Once again, the planchette moved to you. Tyler stepped closer. Jason, it keeps going to you. I don't like this. I nodded absently. Do you mean someone specific when you say you? Someone in our group? Yes. My heart should have been pounding, but I felt oddly calm. Which one of us? The planchette again moved to you. Amber grabbed my shoulder. Jason, it means you. It's been saying you for you this whole time. It wants you. Finally, the implication broke through my mental haze. Do you mean me? I asked directly. Before the planchette could move again, Tyler knocked it off the board. That's enough, he said firmly. We're leaving. Now. The moment my fingers left the planchette, the fog lifted. It was like coming up for air after being underwater. Suddenly, I understood exactly what had happened, and a wave of anxiety crashed over me. My hands started shaking violently, and I felt cold sweat break out across my forehead. What the hell was that? I gasped, scrambling to my feet. You tell us, Kate said, looking terrified. You were acting like a zombie, asking questions, and not even noticing it kept choosing you. I hastily packed up the board and candles, nearly dropping everything in my rush. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone, or something, was watching me. Jason, that wasn't like you, Tyler said as we hurried down the steps. You're always the first to notice patterns or anything suspicious. It was like you were in a trance or something. I don't know what happened, I admitted. When I touched that thing, it was like my brain just shut off, like something was interfering with my thoughts. We practically ran to Tyler's car. Once inside, I pulled out the camera and looked at the photo again. The dark figure was still there, hovering behind me. I couldn't help but wonder if the entity in the photo was the same one that had communicated through the board, the one that had somehow chosen me. The drive home was silent, except for Amber occasionally saying, I told you it was a bad idea. I didn't use a Ouija board again after that night. I never experienced any hauntings or supernatural events following our visit to Greenwood. No nightmares, no strange occurrences in my home, nothing like that. But what continues to disturb me, even now, is how easily something took control of my mental faculties. How I, someone who prides himself on being observant and rational, completely missed something so obvious and threatening. Sometimes I still look at that photo, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it just a shadow? A camera malfunction? And why did whatever was communicating through the board want me specifically? What would have happened if my friends hadn't stopped the session? I still don't have answers, but I no longer dismiss other people's paranormal experiences so quickly. Something happened to me that night that I can't explain, and the thought that keeps me up at night isn't that there might be ghosts or spirits out there. It's that they might be able to influence us in ways we don't even notice until it's too late. Story 13. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. I'm still not sure if writing it down is a good idea, but maybe getting it out will help me process what's happening again. Yes, again. That's the part that's making me lose sleep now. I grew up in Cedar Springs, a town most people have never heard of. When I was 6, my parents found this amazing deal on a house, a 2-story with a full basement that seemed way too cheap for what we were getting. My dad was so excited about having a man cave in the basement, and my mom loved the backyard garden. My little brother Ethan was only 3 then, so he just went along with whatever made everyone happy. From the first night, something felt wrong. Not to my parents or Ethan, just to me. It wasn't anything I could explain, especially as a 6-year-old. I just remember lying in my new bedroom that first night and feeling like someone was watching me. Not in a comforting way, like when your parents check on you while you're sleeping, more like how it feels when a stranger stares at you for too long. I spent the first 3 months sleeping in my parents' room. They humored me at first. New house jitters, they called it. But eventually, they insisted I sleep in my own room. "You're a big girl now, Lily," my mom would say. "There's nothing to be afraid of." I remember crying myself to sleep those first few weeks alone in my room with this overwhelming feeling of dread that I couldn't shake or explain. Then the noises started. It always began the same way, a metallic clang from the basement, like something heavy hitting concrete. Then footsteps. Not normal footsteps, though. It was always step, step, thud. Step, step, thud, like someone walking but dragging something heavy behind them. The footsteps would come up the basement stairs, painfully slow, and then they'd stop, right at the top of the stairs. Every single night around 11:30, they'd stop there, as if whatever it was couldn't figure out how to open the door. I'd lie frozen in my bed, covers pulled up to my eyes, afraid to move, or even breathe too loud. I tried telling my parents, but they said it was just the house settling or the water heater. Dad even took me down to the basement once during the day to show me how pipes can make weird noises. But he wasn't there at night to hear it. And it wasn't pipes. Pipes don't drag themselves upstairs. This went on for 5 years. 5 years of that same routine. Metallic clang, step, step, thud up the stairs. Stop at the top. I learned to live with it, I guess. I stopped telling my parents because they'd just get annoyed. Ethan never heard anything, which made me feel even crazier. Sometimes I'd sneak into his room after the noises stopped, just to feel safer. When I turned 11, things changed. Whatever was in our house wasn't content with just making noise anymore. It started with my stuff disappearing from my room and reappearing in the basement. At first, it was small things. A hair clip, a bracelet, a book I was reading. I'd find them neatly placed on the bottom step of the basement stairs the next morning. I'd convinced myself I must have dropped them, but deep down, I knew better. I never went into the basement unless I absolutely had to. Then, Ethan's toys started disappearing too, but they didn't reappear. They were just gone. He'd cry about missing his favorite action figures, and my parents would get mad thinking he was being careless. I knew better, but what could I say? The thing that drags itself up the stairs at night is taking them. They already thought I was making up stories. The animals knew something was wrong too. We had a cat named Pepper who would never, ever go near the basement door. She'd arch her back and hiss if you tried to carry her anywhere near it. When we got a dog the next year, he did the same thing. Whimpered and backed away from the basement door like it was on fire. On my 12th birthday, I had a sleepover with 3 friends. We were all giggling and telling ghost stories in the living room around midnight when I felt it. A cold rush of air that passed right through me, not around me, through me, and as it passed I heard my name whispered so faintly I almost missed it. Lily. My friends didn't notice anything, but I couldn't stop shaking for the rest of the night. That was the first time I'd heard it speak. A few weeks later, I was babysitting Ethan while our parents went to dinner. We were watching cartoons when he suddenly yelped in pain. When I looked over, there were 3 red scratch marks running down his arm, already breaking the skin. I hadn't touched him. There was nothing near him that could have scratched him. He was just sitting there, and then suddenly he was bleeding. I cleaned him up before our parents got home and made him promise not to tell. I didn't want them thinking I'd hurt him. The last 2 nights in that house were the worst of my life. Night 1. The routine started as usual, metallic clang, step, step, thud up the stairs, but this time the footsteps didn't stop at the top of the stairs. The basement door opened, I heard it creak on its hinges, then the footsteps continued into the hallway. Step, step, thud, step, step, thud, getting closer to my room. I was paralyzed with fear, my whole body ice cold with sweat. I could hear heavy, labored breathing now, like someone who couldn't get enough air. The footsteps stopped outside my door, and I saw my doorknob turning slowly. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just watched as my door opened, inch by terrifying inch. And then I saw it. It was shaped like a man, but wrong. So tall that it had to duck to enter my room, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It was an old man, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like an old hospital gown. His skin was a sickly greyish white, hanging off his bones like it was too big for him. On his face was an oxygen mask, the old-fashioned kind with tubes connecting to a tank that he dragged behind him, the source of the thud I'd been hearing for years. His fingers were the worst part, abnormally long and bony, like a spider's legs. It just stood there, staring at me with milky white eyes. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. After what felt like forever, it turned and dragged itself back down the hall, the familiar step-step thud fading back toward the basement. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I just sat there, clutching my stuffed bear, waiting for morning. When the sun came up, I tried to tell my mum, but she just thought I had a nightmare. "You and your overactive imagination," she said. The next night I was too scared to sleep in my room, so I snuck into Ethan's room after he fell asleep. I figured maybe whatever it was wouldn't come for him since it never had before. I was wrong. Around 11:30, I heard it again. Clang, step, step, thud. The basement door opening. This time, the footsteps came straight to Ethan's room. The door opened without anyone touching it, and there it stood again. The oxygen man, as I'd started calling him in my head. He tried to step into the room but seemed to hit some kind of invisible barrier. He pushed against it, growing more agitated, his breathing becoming more labored and wheezy through the mask. And then he spoke. His voice was like sandpaper on rust. "Don't leave me." The last word changed, dropping into a deep, growling sound that wasn't human at all. "Me!" I screamed. I screamed until my throat hurt. I screamed until my mom came running in. By then, the thing was gone. I was hysterical, and even Ethan was crying, though he swore he hadn't seen anything. He just heard me screaming. My parents took us to a hotel that night. We never went back to that house except to move our stuff out, and only during daylight hours with lots of people around. They finally believed me, or at least believed that I believed it. We moved to a different town a month later. That was 13 years ago. I'm 25 now, living in an apartment several states away. I hadn't thought about the oxygen man in years. I'd convinced myself it was just childhood fear and imagination. Until last week. I woke up around 11:30 to the sound of labored breathing. At first, I thought it was just my boyfriend snoring next to me, but when I turned to look at him, I froze. Standing in the doorway of our bedroom was the familiar metal oxygen tank, just visible in the darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out the shape retreating down the hallway. Step, step, thud. Step, step, thud. I haven't told my boyfriend. I haven't told anyone, but I haven't been sleeping either, because now I know it wasn't the house. It was never the house. It was me, and the oxygen man has followed me. Story 14. I've worked as a forensic technician at the County Medical Examiner's Office in San Diego for almost 4 years now. I'm 29, and I've always been the practical type, science-minded, logical. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, or at least I didn't until last Tuesday. It was a pretty standard morning. I'd arrived at 6:30 for my shift and spent the first few hours processing 3 cases. Nothing particularly unusual. An elderly man who died of natural causes, a middle-aged woman who was a suspected overdose, and a car accident victim. The work is methodical, detailed, and requires complete focus. Some people find it morbid, but I've always found a certain peace in providing dignity to those who've passed and helping find answers for their families. By around 11, I'd finished my preliminary work and was ready for lunch. I washed up, changed my PPE, and was heading down the hallway toward the break room. Our facility isn't exactly state-of-the-art. It's an older building with long corridors and flickering fluorescent lights that maintenance never seems to fix properly. To get to the break room from the embalming area, you have to pass by the refrigeration room where we keep the bodies before and after examination. It's a large space with vertical refrigeration units along the walls, essentially big metal cabinets with multiple compartments. Nothing fancy, just functional. I was walking past the open door of the refrigeration room, my mind already on the leftover pasta I'd brought for lunch, when something in my peripheral vision made me stop dead in my tracks. There was someone in the room. Now, this wouldn't normally be strange. Staff go in and out of there all day, but what made me freeze was that I could see through this person. Not completely, like in movies where ghosts are just outlines. It was more like looking through a thin curtain. I could make out the refrigerator units behind them, but I could also clearly see the form of an elderly man standing there. He was about 5'9", thin but not frail, with wispy white hair combed neatly to one side. He wore what looked like pajamas, or maybe a hospital gown, light blue. His posture was straight, dignified even. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there facing one of the refrigerators as if contemplating it. I couldn't move. My breath caught in my throat. My rational mind was racing through explanations. A trick of the light, exhaustion. Maybe I was coming down with something. But none of those explanations fit what I was seeing. Then he turned and looked directly at me. His eyes were clear and alert, not vacant or scary like you'd expect from a ghost. There was intelligence there, awareness. He seemed just as surprised to see me as I was to see him. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. The strangest part? I wasn't scared. Shocked, yes. Confused, absolutely. But not afraid. There was something about his presence that felt normal, like he belonged there just as much as I did. Then he simply faded away. Not in a dramatic poof or anything, but more like cigarette smoke dissipating in the air. Within moments, he was gone, and I was left standing alone in the hallway, questioning my sanity. I stood there for several minutes, trying to process what had just happened. My heart was racing, but not from fear, from adrenaline, from the sheer impossibility of what I'd seen. I went into the refrigeration room and checked every corner, looking for anything that could explain it. The room was empty, just cold metal and the soft hum of the refrigeration units. I needed to talk to someone. I'm not the type to keep things bottled up, especially something this bizarre. I headed to the break room where I knew William would be. William's in his 50s and has worked at the ME's office for over 20 years. If anyone would know something, it would be him. "Will, you got a minute?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual despite the weirdness I'd just experienced. He was heating up something in the microwave. The smell of beef stew filled the room. "Sure, Becca. What's up? You look like you've seen a ghost." He chuckled at his own joke. "Funny you should say that," I said, sitting down at the small table. "I think I might have." I expected him to laugh or give me that look people give when they think you're pulling their leg. Instead, he nodded, turned off the microwave, and sat down across from me. "In the refrigeration room?" he asked matter-of-factly. My jaw nearly hit the floor. "Yes. How did you... Older gentleman? White hair? Kind of see-through but still pretty detailed?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Will, you've seen him too?" He nodded again, completely unfazed. "Many times over the years. He comes and goes, never causes any trouble. I've actually grown to enjoy his visits." But, but that's impossible, I stammered. Ghosts aren't real. William shrugged. Maybe not. Maybe it's just our brains playing tricks or some weird energy phenomenon science hasn't explained yet. All I know is that I've seen him. Others have seen him. And now you've seen him too. Just then, Joe walked in. Joe's our newest hire, only been with us about 6 months. He's young, 24, and still gets squeamish around some of the more gruesome cases. "What are you two talking about?" he asked, grabbing his lunch from the fridge. "Becca saw our resident ghost," William said casually. Joe's face went pale. He nearly dropped his lunch container. "The old man? By the refrigerators?" So Joe had seen him too. Unlike William, though, Joe was clearly terrified by the experience. "He followed me once," Joe whispered, sitting down with us, "all the way to the parking lot. I swear I could feel him breathing down my neck. I called in. Sick the next day, I was so freaked out. He's never bothered me," William said. "Just stands there, sometimes walks around a bit. Seems confused more than anything." We spent the rest of our lunch break discussing our encounters. William had first seen the apparition about 15 years ago and had spotted him maybe 20 times since. Joe had only seen him twice, but was clearly traumatized by both experiences. Neither of them had ever mentioned it to me before because, as William put it, people either see him or they don't. No point scaring folks who haven't. I went back to work after lunch, trying to focus on my cases, but my mind kept returning to what I'd seen. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, peering into shadowy corners and slowing down every time I passed the refrigeration room. Part of me wanted to see him again, to confirm I hadn't imagined it. Another part wondered if I was better off not having a second encounter. By the end of my shift, I was exhausted, not from the work, but from the mental gymnastics of trying to rationalize what had happened. I went home, took a long shower, and fell into bed, sleeping deeper than I had in months. The next few days passed without incident. I didn't see the old man again, though I found myself oddly disappointed rather than relieved. I told no one else about what happened, not even my boyfriend. How do you bring that up in casual conversation? "Hey, by the way, I saw a ghost at work. Pass the salt." Then on Friday, Lola, one of our administrative assistants, approached me as I was logging samples. Lola's in her 40s, wears crystal necklaces, and is openly into what she calls the spiritual arts. Most of us good-naturedly roll our eyes at her talk of energies and auras, but she's good at her job and a kind person. "Rebecca," she said quietly, glancing around to make sure we were alone. "William told me about what you saw. I wanted to let you know that my meditation group did a séance last night." I raised an eyebrow. "A séance? For what?" "For the spirit in our building," she said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "We've been trying to communicate with him for some time. Last night we made contact." I should have dismissed it as nonsense, but after what I'd seen, I was curious. "What did you find out?" Lola's eyes lit up, clearly pleased I was taking her seriously. "He's confused. He doesn't know he's passed. He's looking for something or someone connected to the letter W." "W," I repeated. "Yes, the letter kept coming through in our communication. W is significant to him somehow." I thanked her for the information, not sure what to make of it. Part of me still wanted to dismiss the whole thing as collective delusion or an elaborate prank, but I couldn't shake the memory of those clear, intelligent eyes looking directly into mine. That afternoon, I had to retrieve some samples from one of the bodies in refrigeration. I won't lie, I was nervous going in there alone. But as I checked the clipboard to find the right compartment, something caught my eye. The name on one of the tags, William Wood. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. W. William Wood. It couldn't be a coincidence. I checked the paperwork. William Wood, age 78, had been brought in 3 days ago, the day before I saw the apparition. He had no family listed, no next of kin. He died alone in a care facility and was waiting for the county to arrange burial. I stood there staring at his name tag, goosebumps rising on my arms. Then, almost without thinking, I opened his compartment. The face that looked back at me from the gurney was the same face I'd seen in the apparition. The thin features, the wispy white hair. There was no doubt in my mind. "What are you looking for?" I whispered to the cold, still form. "What do you need?" Of course, there was no answer. Just the hum of the refrigeration units and the slight smell of antiseptic that never quite leaves our facility. I closed the compartment and finished gathering my samples, my mind racing. When I returned to the lab, I did something I'd never done before. I looked up more information about William Wood beyond what was needed for my job. He had been a professor of physics at UCSD, retired for almost 15 years, never married, no children. His emergency contact was another professor who had passed away 2 years earlier. He'd been in the care facility for just 6 months before his death. Before that, he'd lived alone in a small house near the university. A life reduced to a few paragraphs in a system. It made me sad, thinking about this man with no one to mourn him, no one to claim his body. Was that why he was still here, wandering our halls? Because he had nowhere else to go? I didn't see the apparition again that day, or the next. William Wood's body was processed, his death certificate filed, and arrangements made for a county burial. I found myself hoping he would appear again, so I could... What? Tell him it was okay to move on? That seemed presumptuous. I didn't know what he wanted or needed. Then, yesterday morning, I arrived early. The building was quiet, with only the night shift still finishing up. I went to change into my scrubs and PPE, and as I was putting my things in my locker, I felt a sudden drop in temperature. I turned around slowly, and there he was, Professor William Wood, standing a few feet away, watching me with those same clear, intelligent eyes. "Hello," I said softly, surprising myself. He didn't speak, but he smiled slightly, a gentle expression that transformed his face. He lifted one translucent hand, as if in greeting, then gestured toward the door. Without thinking, I followed as he drifted out into the hallway. He led me not to the refrigeration room, but to the small administrative office where paperwork is processed. He stopped in front of a filing cabinet and pointed. I hesitated, then opened the drawer. Inside were the files of recently processed cases, including William Wood's. His file was complete, death certificate signed, burial arrangements noted. The apparition nodded, looking satisfied. He gazed at me once more, his expression peaceful now, and then faded away just as he had the first time. I stood there for a long time, the file in my hands, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had he just wanted to know that his affairs were in order? That he wouldn't be forgotten in some refrigerated limbo? I'll never know for sure. I've always been surrounded by death in my job, but I've always approached it clinically, scientifically. Now I find myself wondering what happens in those moments between life and death, and what might linger afterward. Working at the medical examiner's office, I've developed a certain comfort with the physical reality of death. But now I'm facing questions about what might exist beyond that physical reality. I don't know if I'll see Professor Wood again. Part of me hopes I will, while another part hopes he's found whatever peace he was looking for. All I know is that my understanding of the world has shifted, and I can never go back to the person I was before I saw that apparition in the refrigeration room. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the building, I swear I can feel someone watching over me. Not in a threatening way, but in a protective one, like someone making sure I'm okay. And strangely enough, that brings me comfort in a place where most people would only find fear. Story 15. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been almost 3 years since I moved out of that house in Brandywine, but some nights I still wake up drenched in sweat, feeling that same suffocating heat. I've never talked about everything that happened there until now. I guess I needed time to process it all, but I'm still not sure I understand any of it. It started in the summer of 2018. I was 23, fresh out of college, and desperate for affordable housing. My ex, let's call him Jake, found this huge old house in rural Brandywine, Maryland, through some connections. The rent was surprisingly cheap for such a big place, and we needed roommates to make it work. Jake's friend T moved in, along with my friend Peaches and my ex-best friend Mia. There were two brothers who owned the place. I'll call them B1 and B2, who were hardly ever around because they were always traveling for work. The house actually belonged to their godfather, but they managed it. The first few weeks were normal. The house was old but spacious, with 3 floors including the basement. It sat on a huge plot of land surrounded by dense woods, about half a mile from the nearest neighbor. I remember thinking it was so peaceful after living in crowded college housing for years. The first incident happened about a month after we moved in. It was a Tuesday night, and only Jake, T, and I were home. Peaches was visiting her parents, and Mia was working a late shift. We were in the living room watching some stupid reality show when I heard something upstairs. Not like a creaking floorboard or the house settling. It was deliberate movement. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked. They both looked at me and shook their heads, but then we all heard it, footsteps crossing the upstairs hallway. "Is someone else home?" T whispered, but we all knew there shouldn't be. We sat frozen, listening as the footsteps stopped. Then we heard a door slowly creak open. I still remember the sound, slow and deliberate, like someone was trying not to be heard, but also somehow wanting us to know they were there. Jake grabbed a baseball bat from behind the couch. We kept it there because the house was so isolated, and we all went upstairs together. The hallway was empty, but the door to the spare bedroom was wide open. I know it had been closed earlier when I passed. "Hello?" Jake called out, his voice echoing through the empty room. We checked every closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. As we were heading back downstairs, I noticed one of the breakfast bar chairs sitting at the top of the staircase. "Did either of you put this here?" I asked. They both shook their heads. We brought the chair back to the kitchen, thoroughly freaked out, but trying to rationalize it. Maybe one of us had moved it earlier and forgotten. Maybe the house was settling, and the door had swung open on its own. We tried to laugh it off, but I could tell none of us believed these explanations. About 20 minutes later, T realized he'd left his phone upstairs and went to get it. He came back down white as a sheet. "The chair," he said, his voice shaking. "It's in the middle of the hallway now." We all went back up, and sure enough, the same breakfast bar chair was sitting perfectly centered in the hallway, as if someone had carefully placed it there. We checked the entire house again, even though we knew we were alone. That night, I slept with the lights on for the first time since I was a kid. The incidents escalated from there. Objects would move when no one was looking. We'd hear footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Lights would turn on and off by themselves. Most of the activity seemed to center around the second floor in the basement. Speaking of the basement, that was one of the few explicit rules B1 and B2 gave us when we moved in. We could use the finished part of the basement where there was a small TV room, but there was a door at the back that led to an unfinished area, and we were told to never go in there. They said it was for storage and wasn't safe, but the way they said it felt weird, like they were hiding something. About 2 months after we moved in, we had the storm incident. It was early October, and a massive thunderstorm hit the area. The power had been flickering all evening, and around 9 p.m. it went out completely. We gathered in the living room with candles and flashlights, trying to make the best of it. Mia got scared and wanted to leave, so she grabbed her keys and headed for the front door. She turned the knob and pulled, but the door wouldn't budge. At first, we thought it was just stuck. It was an old house with old doors that sometimes swelled in the humidity. Jake tried next, putting his whole weight into it. but nothing happened. "Try the patio door," I suggested. T went to the sliding glass door that led to the back patio, but it was the same story. It wouldn't move an inch, as if it had been sealed shut. We tried the basement door that led outside, with the same result. We were completely trapped inside. Panic started to set in. The storm was getting worse, thunder shaking the house, and we couldn't get out. I called my brother, who lived about 20 minutes away, but the call kept dropping. Finally, I got through and told him what was happening. He said he'd come right over. While we waited, things got weirder. The temperature in the house dropped dramatically. I could see my breath in the candlelight. We huddled together under blankets in the living room, and I swear I could feel someone watching us from the darkened hallway. Peaches started praying out loud, and the moment she did, the candles all flickered violently. Just as my brother pulled into the driveway, we could see his headlights through the windows. The power suddenly came back on. At the exact same moment, we heard all the doors in the house unlock with audible clicks. Jake ran to the front door and yanked it open just as my brother was walking up the steps. We never found any explanation for what happened that night. The weather hadn't been nearly bad enough to affect the doors like that. And how could a power outage lock all the exits? None of it made sense. After that night, Peaches and I got into the habit of saying prayers before bed. It seemed to help keep whatever was in that house at bay, at least in our rooms. The basement incident happened about a week later. Jake was working late, and T and Mia had gone out to a movie. Peaches suggested we watch a horror movie, ironically, in the basement TV room since the screen down there was bigger. I was reluctant. The basement always felt off to me, but I agreed. We were about halfway through the movie when the temperature suddenly dropped, just like during the storm. Peaches paused the movie, and in the silence, we heard a soft clicking sound coming from the back of the room. We both turned and watched in horror as the forbidden door, the one leading to the unfinished part of the basement, slowly swung open. I remember Peaches grabbing my arm so hard it left bruises. We sat frozen, staring at the black void beyond the doorway. Then we heard something moving in there, a shuffling, dragging sound coming toward us. We didn't wait to see what it was. We bolted up the stairs, slammed the door behind us, and pushed the heaviest piece of furniture we could move in front of it. We spent the night in Peach's room with the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. I never went back down to that basement again. I made excuses whenever anyone suggested watching TV down there. I couldn't even look at that basement door without feeling sick to my stomach. The worst incident, the one that still gives me nightmares, happened about 5 months after we moved in. I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling unbearably hot. It was February and freezing outside, but my room felt like an oven. My sheets were soaked with sweat and I could barely breathe. As I sat up to throw off the covers, I saw something in the corner of my room. At first, I thought it was just shadows, but then it moved. It was a dark figure, slightly shorter than an average person, wearing what looked like glasses, 2 small reflective circles where eyes should be. I called it glasses in my head, and somehow that made it even more terrifying. I couldn't move or scream. The figure just stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then, without warning, it lunged at me, not walking or running, but almost gliding across the room in one fluid motion. I felt it pass through me, like a wave of intense heat, before it disappeared into my bed. I jumped up and ran to Jake's room, hysterical. He tried to calm me down, but I refused to go back to my room. The next day, I switched rooms with T, who claimed he didn't believe in ghosts and wasn't bothered by my story. But I noticed he always kept a light on in that room and slept with his door open after that. Over the next few months, we all experienced different things. Mia would wake up with unexplained scratches on her arms. T started sleepwalking, something he'd never done before. Peaches said she sometimes heard children laughing in the middle of the night. Jake became obsessed with researching the history of the house, but never found anything conclusive. By summer, we'd all had enough. Our lease was up, and nobody wanted to renew. We scattered to different places. Jake and I had already broken up by then, but this house had destroyed any chance of us staying friends. T moved across the country and hardly ever responds to texts now. Mia changed completely. She used to be this bubbly, outgoing person. But after Brandywine, she became withdrawn and anxious. She and I had a falling out a few months later. Peaches is the only one I still talk to regularly. Sometimes late at night, we'll call each other when the memories get too intense. We never found out why that house harbored so many different spirits or what they wanted from us. The brothers never gave us a straight answer when we asked about previous tenants or the house's history. I've tried to move on, but sometimes I still feel that intense heat in the middle of the night, and I swear I can see those reflective glasses watching me from the dark corners of my room. I don't know if something followed me from that house or if it's just the trauma lingering in my mind. All I know is that none of us came out of that house the same as we went in. Story 16. I still can't bring myself to walk past that orchard alone, even after all these years. What happened to me when I was 7 has left a mark deeper than any physical scar could. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis, but nothing helps with the nightmares that still come, less frequently now, but just as vivid. I'm sharing this because I need someone, anyone, to understand what I went through that day in Pratapgarh. We had only moved to my family's ancestral village a few months earlier. I was a city kid from Chandigarh, still adjusting to village life, the lack of television, the constant power cuts, and the superstitions that ruled everyone's lives. My parents thought moving back to our roots would give us a simpler, more connected life. I just felt isolated and bored most days. That summer afternoon in June was particularly brutal, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer and your clothes stick to your skin within minutes. Everyone was inside for the afternoon rest, but I was restless. I told my mother I wanted to explore the family orchard. We had this beautiful piece of land with mango trees, jackfruit, bananas, guavas, and my favorite, lemon trees. I loved plucking the small lemons and smelling their sharp, fresh scent. My mother was half asleep when she mumbled her approval, reminding me not to go too far and to be back before the sun started to set. I grabbed my metal water bottle, already warm to the touch, and headed out. The packed dirt path felt hot even through my sandals. For some reason I still can't explain, I decided to take the curved path instead of my usual route. It was longer, but passed by the fields where farmers sometimes let me help them. I found a thin stick along the way and tapped it against the ground as I walked, creating little puffs of dust with each strike. The only sounds were the rhythmic tapping, distant cattle, and the occasional screech of hawks circling overhead. I remember reaching the point where the path bordered the wheat fields. They had already been harvested, leaving behind stubble and dry earth. That's when I noticed it, the tree. It wasn't particularly remarkable, small, maybe 6 feet tall, with barren branches twisted from years of drought. It stood alone at the edge of the field, away from the other trees, like it had been banished. What caught my attention wasn't the tree itself, but what was in it. There was a woman sitting in the natural fork, where the trunk split into 2 main branches. The bifurcation created a kind of throne, and she was perched there as if it had been designed for her. She wore a white sari that seemed to glow against her dark skin, and her black hair hung loose, reaching past her waist. Her head was bent down as she combed through her hair with her fingernails, slow and methodical. I stopped walking, confused. In our village, women didn't usually sit in trees, especially not alone during the hottest part of the day. Women generally stayed indoors during this time, preparing the evening meals or resting. This woman was breaking every social norm I had been taught. But more than confusion, what I felt was fear, immediate, instinctual fear that made my mouth go dry and my heart pound. There was something wrong about the scene, something that my 7-year-old mind couldn't articulate but could certainly feel. As I stood frozen, the woman suddenly stopped combing her hair. She raised her head slowly, as if she had just become aware of my presence. When our eyes met, I felt like I was looking into something ancient and hungry. Her face was beautiful in a sharp, predatory way, high cheekbones, full lips, and eyes that seemed too large for her face. Then she smiled. I wish I could properly describe that smile. It wasn't warm or kind. It was the smile of someone discovering something they've been searching for. Her teeth seemed too white, too perfect, and slightly pointed. She raised her hand and beckoned me to come closer. My mother's warnings echoed in my head. Never talk to strangers without us present. Never follow someone you don't know, no matter what they promise you. I shook my head, taking a small step backward. Her smile faltered for a second, and she beckoned again, more insistently. I remember her fingers looking unnaturally long, the joints slightly off, as if they had an extra knuckle. Again, I shook my head, clutching my stick tighter. The change in her expression was immediate and terrifying. Her face contorted with rage, eyes narrowing to slits, and her mouth opened wider than seemed humanly possible. She made no sound, but I could feel her fury like a physical wave. Then, and this is the part that made doctors and therapists exchange looks of concern when I told them, she moved. She didn't climb down from the tree. She didn't jump. She simply was in the tree one moment, and in front of me the next, as if the space between us had momentarily ceased to exist. She towered over me, her white sari not moving in the breeze like fabric should. Up close I could smell her, not the sweat and cooking spices of the village women, but something like wet earth after rain mixed with the sickly sweetness of overripe fruit. Her feet, I noticed with horror, weren't touching the ground. She hovered an inch or two above the dust. The last thing I remember is her smile returning, not angry anymore, but knowing and patient, like she had all the time in the world. She reached out toward my face with those two long fingers, and everything went black. I woke up to my cousin Vikram shaking me and calling my name. I was lying face down on the path, my water bottle empty beside me, the contents soaked into the thirsty ground. My clothes were drenched with sweat, and I couldn't seem to focus my eyes properly. Vikram later told me my skin was burning hot, and I was mumbling words he couldn't understand. He half carried, half dragged me back home, where my family assumed I had succumbed to the heat. They put me in bed, applied cold compresses, and forced me to drink water with salt and sugar. I couldn't tell them what happened. Every time I tried to speak about the woman, my throat would close up and no sound would come out. The next few days were a blur of worsening symptoms. The fever wouldn't break, hovering around 104 degrees despite medication. I couldn't keep food down, and when I did manage to eat, nothing would come out the other end. The constipation became so severe that my stomach distended painfully. My head felt like it was being crushed in a vice, and light hurt my eyes so badly that they had to keep the room dark. The local doctor came twice, prescribing different medicines each time, but nothing helped. On the fourth night, I began to scream in a voice that wasn't mine, deeper, rougher, with pronunciations of words that didn't match my 7-year-old vocabulary. That's when my family realized this wasn't a normal illness. My eldest uncle, the family patriarch, performed the first ritual. He wasn't a spiritual practitioner by profession, but in our family, he was the one who communicated with our ancestral spirits, our Kuldevi, or guardian deity. The ritual involved burning specific herbs, reciting mantras, and offering the deity our blood, just a small prick on the finger, mixed with milk. Through this ritual, our Kuldevi revealed that I was possessed by a churail, a female spirit of a woman who died during pregnancy or childbirth, or one who had been wronged so terribly in life that her soul became twisted with vengeance. These spirits are known to linger near trees, especially ones separated from others. During a second ritual, where my uncle directly addressed the spirit inside me. She spoke through my mouth, telling them she had taken me because I had seen her when I wasn't meant to. Apparently, these entities are usually invisible to humans unless they choose to reveal themselves or unless the human has some sensitivity to the supernatural. She said she wouldn't leave me because she had been alone for too long. My parents were frantic. My mother cried continuously, and my father, who had always been skeptical of village superstitions, now desperately sought help from anyone who might know how to save me. Finally, they contacted a group of 7 spiritual practitioners from a neighboring village known for dealing with supernatural phenomena. These men arrived at dawn on the 7th day of my illness. By then, I was barely conscious, drifting in and out of awareness. I remember fragments, the smell of sandalwood and something bitter, deep voices chanting in unison, my body jerking uncontrollably on the bed, a burning sensation spreading from my chest to my limbs, and most vividly, a feeling of something being torn away from me, as if a second skin was being ripped off. The ritual lasted 24 hours without pause. The practitioners took turns resting, but the chanting never stopped. My family wasn't allowed in the room except for my uncle, who assisted them. Neighbors brought food and water for the practitioners, leaving it outside the door. What happened in that room feels both distant and intensely present in my memory. I recall moments of clarity where I felt like myself again, only to be submerged back into darkness where something else controlled my body. I remember speaking in languages I didn't know, cursing the practitioners, threatening my family. I remember my body contorting into positions that should have broken my bones. The final hour of the ritual was the most violent. My body convulsed so severely that 3 men had to hold me down. I vomited a black substance that smelled like rotting flesh. There was a moment, and this is something I've never told anyone before, when I felt like I was in 2 places at once, in my body on the bed and also back at that tree, watching the woman scream in rage as invisible chains pulled her back into the trunk. Then it was over. I collapsed, utterly exhausted but free. The fever broke immediately. The pain disappeared. I slept for almost 2 days straight, and when I woke up, I could eat and drink normally again. Physically, I recovered quickly. Within a week, I was playing outside again, though never alone and never near that part of the fields. The aftermath revealed more disturbing details. The neighboring Tiwari family, with whom my father had a land dispute, had apparently deliberately released the churail in their fields to harm others. This practice, though rare and secretive, still exists in some rural areas, capturing and binding malevolent spirits to serve as protectors or weapons. The Tiwaris denied everything, of course, but moved away from the village within a month. The tree where I saw the woman was cut down and burned by the spiritual practitioners before they left. They said it had become a gateway, a point where the barrier between worlds had thinned due to the spirit's presence. Nothing would grow in that spot for years afterward. While my physical recovery was complete, the psychological impact lingered. For years, I had recurring nightmares about the encounter, reliving every detail with perfect clarity. During these dreams, I couldn't move or control my body until the dream concluded, as if the spirit was forcing me to remember, to acknowledge her existence even after she was gone. The nightmares continued regularly until 2019, when I visited a temple in Varanasi and underwent a final cleansing ritual. Now, they only come occasionally, usually when I'm extremely stressed, or when I pass a certain type of tree that resembles the one from that day. I still don't know why she chose me or why she appeared to me at all. Was it random chance, or was there something about me that drew her attention? The practitioners suggested I might have some natural sensitivity to the supernatural, but I've worked hard to suppress it rather than develop it. I'm 32 now, living back in a city, surrounded by technology and rationality. But there are still moments when I'm alone at night, or when I see a woman with long black hair sitting by herself. when I feel that same instinctual fear. Because deep down, I know she's still out there somewhere. And sometimes when I look in mirrors in dimly lit rooms, I catch a glimpse of a smile that isn't mine reflected back at me. Story 17. I still wake up some nights drenched in sweat, hearing those words echo in my head. It's been 4 months since that night at the abandoned concrete factory in Lime, Oregon, and I haven't been able to talk about it until now. I guess writing this down might help me process what happened, though I doubt anything will ever make sense of it. I'm a correctional officer at the state prison in Idaho. Nothing fancy, just your standard security job with decent benefits. I was 24 at the time, living with my fiancée Sarah in a small apartment we could barely afford, but we were making it work. Life was pretty normal. Weekend barbecues, planning our wedding, the usual stuff. My buddy Bowers and I worked the same shift at the prison. We weren't best friends or anything, but we got along well enough to grab beers after work sometimes. Bowers was really into horror movies and paranormal stuff, always talking about some new creepy documentary or true crime podcast. He'd been working on a screenplay for months, something about abandoned places and the entities that supposedly live in them. I never really bought into that stuff, but I'd humor him. One Thursday night in late October, we were having drinks after our shift when Bowers brought up this abandoned concrete factory in Lime, Oregon. "Dude, it's perfect for research," he said, eyes lighting up the way they always did when he talked about this stuff. "The place has been abandoned since the 70s. Locals say people who go there at night come back different." I laughed it off. "Different how?" "Just not themselves. Some don't come back at all." He was on his 3rd beer, getting that intense look he'd get when talking about his horror obsessions. "Sounds like small-town gossip to me," I said. "Maybe, but I need to check it out for my screenplay. Wanna come? It's only about a 2-hour drive." I should have said no. God, I wish I had said no. But Sarah was visiting her parents that weekend, and I didn't have plans. Plus, Bowers seemed genuinely excited about it. "Fine, but we're not staying overnight or anything stupid," I told him. He grinned. "Deal. Pick you up Saturday at 8. Saturday came, and Bowers pulled up in his beat-up Toyota pickup. He had packed like we were going on an expedition. Flashlights, cameras, voice recorders, even some kind of EMF detector he'd bought online. I just brought my phone and a jacket. Oh, and my service weapon, force of habit from work, and honestly, I felt better having it when exploring abandoned places. You never know when you might run into squatters or drug users. The drive was longer than expected. Bowers kept the conversation going, rambling about haunted places he'd researched and the perfect ending he needed for his screenplay. I half listened, watching the landscape change as we drove further into rural Oregon. The sun set early, and by the time we turned onto the dirt road leading to Lime, it was completely dark. "You sure this is legal?" I asked as we bounced along the uneven path. "It's abandoned property, no one cares," Bowers said, but I noticed he killed the headlights as we approached, which didn't exactly reassure me. When we finally parked, the factory loomed ahead of us, a massive concrete structure partially reclaimed by nature. The moonlight gave it an eerie blue glow. Massive silos stood like sentinels against the night sky, and various smaller buildings were scattered around what must have been the main production area. "Holy shit," I whispered, taking it all in. Despite myself, I felt a chill run down my spine. "Told you it was perfect," Bowers said, already grabbing his backpack of equipment. We approached cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The main building was covered in graffiti, most of it your typical tags and obscenities, but some more elaborate pieces depicted distorted faces and cryptic symbols. The concrete walls were crumbling in places, and rusted machinery sat abandoned like prehistoric skeletons. Looking back, I noticed something was off with Bowers almost immediately. He was usually talkative on our urban explorations, constantly pointing things out or theorizing about what certain rooms were used for. But here, He was unusually quiet, almost reverent. When I asked him about his screenplay ideas, he just nodded absently. "You okay, man?" I asked after we'd been exploring for about 20 minutes. "Yeah, just taking it all in," he said, but his voice sounded hollow. We made our way through what must have been the main production floor. Massive hooks hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly, though there wasn't any breeze I could feel. Our footsteps echoed unnaturally loud on the concrete floor. The place smelled of rust, mold, and something else I couldn't quite place, almost metallic like blood, but not quite. I noticed Bowers kept looking at his phone, which was weird because there was definitely no signal out there. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged and put it away. After exploring the main building, we headed toward the silos. That's when Bowers started acting even stranger. He'd stop suddenly, head tilted like he was listening to something. When I asked what he heard, he'd just shake his head and keep moving. "Let's check out the silos," he said, the first full sentence he'd spoken in almost an hour. The largest silo had a metal door at its base, hanging partially off its hinges. Inside, our flashlights revealed a cavernous space that seemed to go down forever. The walls were lined with a spiraling metal staircase that descended into darkness. "Look," Bowers said, pointing his flashlight at something near the bottom. I couldn't see what he was indicating. "What is it?" I asked. "Another door. There's a tunnel system under the silos." I hadn't read anything about tunnels in the limited research I'd done, but it made sense for a factory this size to have maintenance passages. Still, something about the way Bowers said it made me uneasy. We made our way down the staircase, the metal groaning under our weight. Each step down made me more anxious, like we were descending into a place we weren't meant to be. The air got colder and damper as we went deeper. At the bottom, sure enough, there was a heavy metal door with a faded, authorized personnel only sign. It was partially open, revealing a concrete tunnel beyond. "Bowers, maybe we should head back," I suggested. "We've seen enough for your research, right?" He didn't answer. Instead, he pushed the door open wider and stepped through. The tunnel was about 7 feet high and maybe 5 feet wide. Pipes ran along the ceiling and faded yellow lines were painted on the floor. Our flashlights created long, distorted shadows that seemed to move independently of us. We'd gone maybe 50 yards when Bowers suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "What is it?" I asked, my voice sounding strangely muffled in the tunnel. He didn't respond. He just stood there, completely still, flashlight pointed at the ground. "Bowers?" I touched his shoulder. What happened next will haunt me forever. He suddenly sprinted forward, running full speed toward the end of the tunnel where it branched into 2 directions. When he reached the junction, he let out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. Not a scream of fear, but something primal, like his soul was being ripped from his body. I ran after him, calling his name. When I reached the junction, he was standing there, facing the wall, his flashlight on the ground casting bizarre shadows across the concrete. "Bowers, what the hell, man?" He turned slowly, and when I saw his face, my blood went cold. There was something deeply wrong with his expression, a profound sadness that didn't look human. His eyes were wide but unfocused, like he was looking through me rather than at me. Then suddenly he bolted again, shoving past me so hard I fell against the tunnel wall. By the time I got to my feet, he was gone, his footsteps echoing back toward the entrance. Heart pounding, I followed him back through the tunnel, up the silo stairs, and out into the main factory area, calling his name. I found him standing in a doorway between 2 of the main buildings. He was perfectly still, staring out into the darkness. "Bowers?" I approached cautiously. "You're freaking me out, man. Let's go home." He turned slowly, and what I saw made me stop in my tracks. His face had changed again. That profound sadness was gone, replaced by something far worse, a smile. Not a normal smile, but something unnaturally wide, stretching from ear to ear in a way that shouldn't be physically possible. His eyes were still unfocused, still looking through me rather than at me. I noticed his hand moving toward his waistband, where I knew he kept his off-duty weapon. Before I could react, he had drawn it. "Hey bro, check this out," he said, in a voice that didn't sound like his own, flatter, emptier. Then he put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. I stood frozen, unable to process what I'd just witnessed. Bowers collapsed like a marionette with cut strings, the impossible smile still on his face, even as blood pooled around his head. I don't remember running. I don't remember how I got back to the truck. All I know is one moment I was standing there, staring at my friend's body, and the next, I was fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. I peeled out of there, gravel flying, desperately trying to call 911 as I drove, but there was no signal, just as I'd expected. I kept driving, pushing the truck as fast as it would go down that dark dirt road, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds, though I don't know what I expected to see. When I finally hit the main highway, my phone showed 1 bar of service. I pulled over, still shaking uncontrollably, and dialed 911. As I waited for it to connect, my phone rang. Sarah's picture flashed on the screen. Relief washed over me. Sarah, normal, loving Sarah who knew nothing about abandoned factories or whatever the hell had just happened. I needed to hear her voice. I answered. "Sarah, thank God." But it wasn't Sarah's voice that came through. "Hey bro, come check this out." It was Bowers' voice, flat, empty, just like before. I threw the phone out the window and drove. I didn't stop until I reached home, where I locked every door and window and sat in the bathtub with all the lights on until morning. I called the Oregon State Police the next day from a payphone, told them about the suicide, but not what led up to it. They found Bowers' body right where I said it would be. Official cause of death, self-inflicted gunshot wound. Case closed. I quit my job at the prison, told Sarah I couldn't handle the stress anymore. She doesn't know what really happened, and I'll never tell her. We moved 2 states away, changed our phone numbers, but sometimes, when I'm alone, my phone will ring even though it's on silent. I never answer it. I know what I'll hear if I do. "Hey bro, come check this out." Whatever was in that factory, whatever got inside Bowers, I think it's trying to find me through the last connection we shared, and sometimes, I swear, I can feel that unnatural smile trying to form on my own face. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until I moved back into my childhood home in Cedar Falls 3 months ago. Now, I'm sitting here with the lights on at 3 in the morning, too terrified to close my eyes. It started with small things I could easily brush off. Keys, not where I left them. A coffee mug on the counter when I was sure I'd put it in the dishwasher. You know how it is when you move somewhere new. Everything feels a bit off until you settle in. Except this wasn't new to me. This was the house I grew up in. My parents had moved to Florida after retirement and decided to rent the place out. When the last tenants left, I jumped at the opportunity. I'd just gone through a messy breakup and needed a fresh start. Or maybe I was looking for something familiar. Either way, it seemed perfect at the time. The first week was fine. I was busy unpacking, organizing, getting my cats Milo and Oscar settled in. They seemed happy enough exploring their new territory. It wasn't until the second week that things started getting weird. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard what sounded like whispering coming from the living room. It was so faint, I thought it might be the TV, but when I checked, it was off. I figured it must be the neighbors, or maybe the old pipes in the house. This place was built in the 1970s after all. The next morning, I found all the pillows from my couch piled in the hallway. I blamed the cats at first, but they're pretty small, and those cushions are heavy. Then I started noticing other things. Trash cans turned sideways, doors closed that I'd definitely left open. Little things, but enough to make me uneasy. One night, I was lying in Bed scrolling through my phone when I felt something sit on the mattress next to me, the blanket visibly dented, like someone was sitting there. Both my cats were curled up at my feet. I jumped up so fast I nearly threw my phone across the room. I turned on every light in the house and checked every room, every closet. Nothing. I called my mum the next day, trying to sound casual. "Hey, did anything weird ever happen in the house when we lived there?" "What do you mean by weird, honey?" she asked. "I don't know. Strange noises, things moving around." She laughed. "Oh, you and your imagination. You always had such an active imagination as a child. Remember your imaginary friend? What was her name again?" The memory hit me like a truck. Jane, I said quietly. "That's right. Jane. You used to play with her in the backyard for hours. You were so insistent she was real." After hanging up, I sat there feeling sick to my stomach. How could I have forgotten about Jane? She'd been such a big part of my childhood, from about age 5 to 7. I remembered her so clearly now. She always wore the same clothes, a faded blue dress with tiny flowers on it. Her hair was long and dark, and she never smiled quite right. I'd never questioned why she always looked the same, or why she sometimes said weird things. I was just a kid. That afternoon I tried to nap, because I hadn't slept well the night before. I was drifting off when I heard it, a whisper right next to my ear. "You don't remember me." I shot up in bed, heart pounding. The voice was childlike, but somehow wrong, like someone trying to sound like a child. Jane, I whispered. "You came back," the voice said. "Now we can play together again." I scrambled out of bed, shaking. "This isn't real," I said out loud. "You're not real." "I've always been real, Natalie. You just grew up and stopped believing." I ran out of the bedroom and slammed the door. This was insane. I was talking to an empty room. I needed coffee or maybe therapy. As I stood in the kitchen with shaking hands, trying to make coffee, I heard loud snoring coming from the guest bedroom. The door was closed, even though I never closed it. Slowly, I approached the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the knob. The snoring got louder as I pushed the door open. There was a visible lump under the covers of the bed, like someone was sleeping there. But that was impossible. I lived alone. "Hello," I called out, my voice cracking. The snoring stopped abruptly. The lump didn't move. I backed away, closed the door, and called my friend Rachel. She came over right away. "There's no one here, Nat," she said, after we'd checked the entire house together. "The bed is perfectly made. Look." She was right. The guest bed was neatly made, without a wrinkle in the comforter. "I think you're just stressed," Rachel said. "New place, old memories coming back." But it wasn't a new place, and these weren't just memories. After Rachel left, the whispering started again. Jane's voice came from different parts of the house throughout the day. "I missed you. Why did you leave me? My family's here now to live with you." That last one sent chills down my spine. Her family. I'd never heard her talk about family before. "What do you mean, your family?" I asked the empty room, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. "They're coming to stay. They're excited to meet you." That evening, I was making dinner when Jane's voice changed. She sounded excited. "He's coming. He's here." Then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of wheels squeaking down the hallway, like a wheelchair being pushed slowly across the wooden floor. I froze, knife in hand, unable to move or even breathe. The squeaking stopped just outside the kitchen. I could feel something there, watching me, but I couldn't bring myself to turn around. "Say hello," Jane whispered from somewhere behind me. I ran. I grabbed my keys and my phone and just ran out the front door. I spent the night at Rachel's place, telling her everything through tears and half-coherent sentences. She didn't believe me, not really, but she let me stay. The next morning, I had to go back. I needed clothes for work, and I couldn't leave my cats alone indefinitely. Rachel offered to come with me, but I said no. I needed to face this. The house was quiet when I got back. The cat seemed fine, curled up on the couch like nothing had happened. I quickly packed a bag, grabbed the cat carriers from the closet, and was heading toward the living room to get the cats when I saw them. They were standing in a semicircle in the living room, 5 figures that looked almost normal except for their eyes. Their eyes were completely white, no pupils at all. They weren't doing anything, just standing there. One was in what looked like an old-fashioned wheelchair, an elderly man with those terrible white eyes, and in front of them stood a little girl in a faded blue dress with tiny flowers on it. Jane. She looked exactly as I remembered her, except her eyes were white too. "We're all here now," she said, smiling that wrong smile. "One big family." I dropped everything and ran back to my car. I called Rachel, sobbing so hard she could barely understand me. She came over with her boyfriend Mike, and they went into the house while I waited in the car. They came back out looking confused. "There's no one in there, Natalie," Rachel said gently. "The house is empty." I didn't believe them. I made them check every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. "Look," Mike said, "my cousin does cleansing rituals. She's into all that spiritual stuff. Would it make you feel better if she came and did one here?" I nodded, desperate for anything that might help. Rachel's cousin Erica came that afternoon with sage, salt, and a bunch of other things I didn't recognize. We went through each room together while she chanted something and waved the smoking sage. Around. Everything was fine until we reached the guest bedroom. The door slammed shut as soon as Erica stepped inside. The lights flickered, and then glass started breaking. Picture frames, windows, light bulbs, books flew off shelves. In the kitchen, dishes shattered one by one. Erica started yelling something in Latin, I think, while Rachel and Mike tried to hold the door open against whatever was trying to close it. I stood frozen in the hallway, watching as my house seemed to tear itself apart. Then everything stopped. Complete silence fell over the house. The door to the guest bedroom swung open easily under Mike's hand. Erica looked pale and shaken. "You need to leave this house," she said to me. "Whatever's here is powerful and angry. It doesn't want to leave." I spent the next week at Rachel's while looking for a new place. When I went back to get more of my things, the house was spotless. All the broken glass had been cleaned up. The books were back on the shelves. Even the picture frames had been repaired and rehung. I grabbed what I needed and left as quickly as possible. I found an apartment across town and moved in right away, taking the cats with me. For a while, everything was normal. I started to think maybe it had all been some kind of mental breakdown. Then one morning, about 3 weeks after moving to the new apartment, I woke up early. The sun wasn't up yet, and the room was dark. As I reached for my phone to check the time, I saw it. A face hovering above my bed. It was red, like raw meat, with black holes where the eyes should be. It smelled like smoke and rot. And it was screaming, a high-pitched wail that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I screamed too, throwing myself out of bed and hitting the light switch. The face vanished, but the smell lingered. I called Erica, who came over and did another cleansing. She told me that sometimes entities can attach themselves to people rather than places. The thought made me sick. The activity died down after that. No more faces, no more whispers, just the occasional feeling of being watched, or objects slightly moved when I returned home. I tried to convince myself it was over, until last night. I was almost asleep when I heard it. That familiar whisper right next to my ear. "We followed you home, Natalie. My family's here too. We'll always be with you now. I can't go back to my parents' house. I can't stay in this apartment. I don't know where to go or what to do. Jane and her family have found me, and I don't think they're ever going to leave me alone. I'm writing this because I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not crazy. And I need to warn you, imaginary friends aren't always what they seem. Sometimes they're just waiting for you to come back." Story 19. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. It's been 40 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was just 13 when I was shipped off to Thornwood Academy, a boarding school tucked away in the rural outskirts of Thornwood Village. My parents thought it would build character, or whatever parents tell themselves when they send their kids away. The school itself was housed in this massive Victorian Gothic manor, all pointed arches, ornate stonework, and those tall, narrow windows that seemed to watch you wherever you went. It was the kind of place that would have been perfect for a horror film, but to us, it was just school. The building had this heaviness to it, like the walls themselves were saturated with decades of boys' misery and homesickness. During my first week, while we were all still getting settled, one of the older boys, Henderson, I think his name was, gathered a bunch of us first years in the common room after lights out and told us the story of the manor. "You lot should know what happened here before it was a school," he whispered, his face illuminated by nothing but the moonlight coming through the windows. "The family that built this place went bankrupt almost immediately after it was finished, spent their entire fortune on all those fancy carvings and imported marble." We all huddled closer, eager to hear more. "It was bought for practically nothing by this old woman in a wheelchair. This was back in the 1880s, way before they had proper lifts. So to get between floors, she had a dumb waiter installed. You know those little elevators they used to send food up from the kitchens? Except this one was big enough to fit her and her wheelchair." "How did she work it if she couldn't walk?" asked a small boy with glasses. "She didn't, you twit. Her servants did. They'd pull on ropes to raise and lower it between floors. Every floor had a doorway to access it." That's when Henderson's voice dropped even lower, forcing us to lean in. One night, one of her servants, they say he was new and inexperienced, was operating the dumb waiter while she was inside. She wanted to go from the top floor down to the ground level, but the servant, he let go of the rope. The room went completely silent. The dumb waiter plummeted all the way down, past the ground floor, into the cellars beneath the house, crashed at the bottom with her still inside it, killed her instantly. They say her scream echoed throughout the entire house as she fell. I remember rolling my eyes at this. Every old building had some ghost story attached to it. "After that," Henderson continued, clearly enjoying our rapt attention, "they bricked up all the entrances to the dumb waiter, but they say on some nights you can still hear her scream as she falls, over and over again." One of the younger kids actually started crying, and a prefect heard us and broke up the gathering. We all scurried back to our dorms before we could get in trouble. My dorm room was on the 3rd floor, and it housed 6 of us first years, in narrow iron beds. What I hadn't noticed until Henderson's story was that directly across from my bed was a rectangular section of wall that didn't quite match the rest. The bricks were a slightly different color, and the plaster around them seemed newer. It was a bricked-up doorway, exactly where the entrance to the dumb waiter would have been. Over the next few weeks, I noticed similar sealed doorways on every floor I visited. They were all the same size and in the same relative position. I didn't think much of it at the time. Old buildings get renovated, things change. The ghost story was just that, a story. The cellars beneath the school were strictly off-limits to students. The headmaster had made that abundantly clear during our first assembly. "The lower levels are structurally unsound," he'd said sternly. "Any boy found in the cellars will face immediate disciplinary action." Naturally, this made exploring them a rite of passage among the students. About 2 months into term, my roommate Collins dared me to go down there. It was stupid, but I was 13 and desperate to prove myself. That night, after lights out and bed check, I slipped out of the dorm and made my way through the dark, silent corridors of the school. The entrance to the cellars was through a heavy oak door behind the kitchens. It wasn't locked, probably because they assumed the threat of punishment was enough to keep us out. I still remember the feel of the cold brass handle in my sweaty palm as I pulled it open. wincing at the loud creak that seemed to echo forever in the silence. The stairs leading down were made of worn stone, slick with damp. There was a single bare bulb at the top, casting just enough light for me to see the first few steps. Beyond that was darkness. I hadn't thought to bring a torch, so I had to feel my way down, one hand against the slimy wall. The cellar itself was a maze of low-ceilinged rooms with dirt floors and stone walls. The air was thick with the smell of mold and something else, something older and mustier that I couldn't identify. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness. I shuffled forward carefully, my eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. I don't know what I expected to find down there. Contraband from older students, maybe, or some kind of hidden treasure. What I did find was much more mundane. Old furniture covered in sheets, broken desks, rusted bed frames, the detritus of a century of schoolboys. And then I saw it, another bricked-up doorway, identical to the ones upstairs, except this one had a small gap at the bottom, where some of the mortar had crumbled away. I knelt down and peered through, but it was too dark to see anything. I could feel a draft coming through, though, carrying that same musty smell, only stronger. I was about to leave when I heard footsteps above me, probably a teacher doing rounds. I froze, hardly daring to breathe, until they passed. By the time I made it back to my dorm, I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. It was about 3 weeks later when it happened, the night of November 12th. I remember the date clearly because we'd had a history exam that day, and I'd been stressing about it for weeks. I was lying awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. The grandfather clock in the hall had just chimed 11. Everyone else in the dorm was asleep. Collins was snoring softly in the bed next to mine, and Matthews was mumbling something in his sleep across the room. The bricked-up doorway was just a darker shadow in the darkness. That's when I heard it. It started as a faint sound, so faint I thought I was imagining it, like the rush of air through a narrow space. Then it grew louder, a kind of whooshing noise, like something falling rapidly. And then the scream began. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before or since. A woman's voice, high-pitched and raw with terror, screaming as if her life were ending right that moment. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, from inside the walls themselves. The scream lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. It wasn't the sound of someone getting hurt, it was the sound of someone who knew they were about to die, who was falling into darkness with absolute certainty of what awaited at the bottom. And then it cut off abruptly, like someone had flipped a switch. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Around me, the other boys were doing the same, all of us staring at each other wide-eyed in the darkness. "What the hell was that?" whispered Collins, his voice shaking. Before anyone could answer, we heard doors opening up and down the corridor, voices calling out in confusion and alarm. Boys from other dorms spilled into the hallway in their pajamas, all asking the same question. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that scream?" The lights flickered on, and within minutes teachers appeared, looking just as confused and alarmed as we were. Mr. Harrington, the housemaster, was in his dressing gown, his normally neat hair sticking up in all directions. "Who made that noise?" he demanded, glaring at us as if we'd orchestrated some elaborate prank. "Which one of you thought it would be funny to scream like that in the middle of the night?" None of us said anything. We just looked at each other, each of us realizing the same thing. That wasn't one of us. That wasn't even a child's voice. "It was a woman," said Matthews finally. "It sounded like a woman screaming." Mr. Harrington's face darkened. "There are no women in this building at this hour. Now I'm going to ask one more time, who was responsible for that disturbance?" Nobody confessed, because none of us were responsible. The teachers searched the entire building but found nothing. They even checked the grounds, thinking perhaps someone had been hurt outside, but there was nothing. No explanation for the blood-curdling scream that had woken nearly 50 boys from their sleep. Eventually, they sent us all back to bed with stern warnings about the consequences of disrupting the school. But as I lay there in the darkness, staring at that bricked-up doorway across from my bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that what we'd heard wasn't a prank or an accident. It was her, the woman from Henderson's story. And somehow, across more than 100 years, we had heard her final moments as she plummeted to her death in that dumb waiter. I didn't sleep at all that night. None of us did. We just lay there in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The next day, the headmaster addressed the entire school during assembly. He spoke about the incident the night before, reiterating that practical jokes, especially ones that disrupted the sleep of the entire school, would not be tolerated. He announced that until someone came forward to take responsibility, certain privileges would be revoked for all students. No one ever did come forward, of course. How could they, when none of us had done it? In the weeks that followed, teachers and older students tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was an animal outside, they said. Maybe it was the wind through a particular window or chimney. Maybe someone had fallen out of bed and cried out in pain. But I knew, and everyone who heard it knew, that what we'd heard was a human woman's scream of pure terror. There was no mistaking it. I left Thornwood Academy 5 years later, and I've never been back. But sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that scream again, cutting through the silence of the night, echoing through the walls of that old manor house. And I wake up sweating, my heart racing, just like I did that night 40 years ago. I've researched the history of the manor since then. There really was a woman who owned it briefly in the 1880s, and she really did use a wheelchair. And according to local records, she died in a tragic household accident in 1884. To this day, I remain convinced that what I and 50 other boys heard that night was an echo across time. The final moments of that poor woman, replaying over and over in the place where she died. Some kind of trauma imprinted on the very fabric of the building itself. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if I hadn't been there. But I know what I heard, and so does everyone else who was in Thornwood Academy that night, and no rational explanation has ever come close to accounting for it. Story 20. I still get chills thinking about what happened last January. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed, not the type to jump at shadows or believe in ghost stories. But what happened that night in our house? I just can't explain it, and it still bothers me months later. For context, I live with my parents and younger brother Nathan in Oakwood Heights, a quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing interesting ever happens. Our house is an older 2-story with this weird split-level staircase setup. There's a main staircase that goes from the ground floor to a landing, then a smaller set of stairs that continues up to the second floor where all our bedrooms are. The smaller staircase is right outside the upstairs bathroom, directly across from my room. It was a Tuesday night, around 2 in the morning. I remember because I had checked my phone right before going to the bathroom, annoyed that I'd woken up to pee at such a stupid hour when I had an early class the next day. The house was completely silent, that deep nighttime quiet where you're hyper-aware of every little sound you make. After using the bathroom, I was heading back to my room when I noticed a sliver of light coming from Nathan's partially open door. I peeked in as I passed and saw him sitting at his desk with headphones on, probably still gaming or watching YouTube videos like he always does way too late. Nothing unusual there. I went back to my room, closed the door quietly behind me, and had just sat down on my bed when I heard it. Footsteps. Fast, heavy footsteps. The sound started right outside my door, exactly where I had been standing seconds before. Someone was running, not walking, but full-on sprinting, from the bathroom area, down the smaller staircase, across the landing, and continuing down the main stairs to the first floor. The footsteps were unmistakable, that distinctive rhythm of someone descending stairs quickly, the different sound when they hit the landing, and then the continuation down the main staircase. It wasn't subtle either. It sounded like a full-grown person running as fast as they could, taking the stairs 2 or 3 at a time. My first thought was that Nathan had suddenly decided to go downstairs for some reason, but that made no sense. I had just seen him at his desk, and there hadn't been enough time for him to get up and rush past my room. Besides, why would he be sprinting downstairs in the middle of the night? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I froze for a few seconds, listening intently. There was no follow-up sound, no refrigerator opening, no kitchen cabinets, nothing to indicate someone had gone downstairs for a midnight snack. Just those running footsteps and then nothing. I sat there in the dark, my heart pounding. The footsteps had been so clear, so real. I told myself it had to be Nathan, even though I knew it couldn't be. Maybe one of my parents? But their bedroom was on the opposite end of the hall, and their door had been closed when I passed it on my way to the bathroom. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, I worked up the courage to check what was going on. I opened my door slowly and peeked out into the hallway. It was empty and completely silent. The bathroom door was still open, light off, exactly as I'd left it. I didn't dare go downstairs alone to investigate, but I needed some confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. I crept over to Nathan's room and pushed his door open wider. Nathan was staring back at me, his face pale, headphones now pulled down around his neck. Before I could say anything, he spoke in a hushed, tense voice. "Did you hear that?" "What was that?" My stomach dropped. He'd heard it too. I wasn't imagining things. "I thought it was you," I whispered back. He shook his head. "I thought it was you. Someone just ran down the stairs." We stood there looking at each other, both processing what this meant. If it wasn't him, and it wasn't me. "Mom or Dad," Nathan suggested, but his tone made it clear he didn't believe that either. "Their door's closed," I said, "and you know how Mom is. She'd turn on every light if she was going downstairs. Plus, why would either of our parents suddenly sprint down the stairs at 2 in the morning? Our dog Copper would have gone with them too, and we definitely would have heard his nails clicking on the hardwood." Nathan got up from his chair. "We should check downstairs." I nodded, though everything in me wanted to just close my door and hide under the covers. We moved together to the top of the small staircase, Nathan grabbing a baseball bat he keeps in his room. The hallway was dark, except for the faint glow coming from his computer screen behind us. "Hello?" Nathan called out, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet house. No response. We made our way down the small set of stairs to the landing, then paused again. The main staircase stretched below us into the darkness of the first floor. All the lights were off down there. "Maybe we should wake Mum and Dad," I suggested. "Let's just check first," Nathan replied. Probably nothing. But his white-knuckle grip on the bat said otherwise. We descended the main staircase slowly, each creaky step seeming to announce our presence to whoever, or whatever, might be waiting below. When we reached the bottom, Nathan fumbled for the light switch in the entryway. The sudden brightness was almost shocking. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were all visible from where we stood, and completely empty. Nothing was disturbed. The front door was locked with the chain still in place. The back door in the kitchen was also locked. We did a quick sweep of the entire first floor, checking behind the couch, in the pantry, everywhere someone could possibly hide. Nothing. "Could it have been something falling?" Nathan suggested as we stood in the kitchen, both of us looking uncertain. I shook my head. "Those were footsteps. Running footsteps. You heard them too." "Yeah," he admitted. "Definitely footsteps." We went back upstairs and checked our parents' room. They were both sound asleep, with Copper curled up at the foot of their bed. The dog raised his head sleepily as we peeked in, but didn't even bother to get up. A far cry from how he reacts when there's actually someone in the house. Back in the hallway, Nathan looked at me. So what the hell was that? I had no answer. We eventually went back to our rooms, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, listening for any other sounds, jumping at every house creak and settling noise. The next morning, I asked my parents if either of them had gone downstairs during the night. They hadn't. My mom joked that maybe we had a ghost, but she didn't understand how shaken up we actually were. It's been months now, and nothing like it has happened since. Nathan and I still talk about it sometimes, trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was someone outside the house, but the sound was definitely inside, starting from the bathroom area. An animal somehow got in? But what animal sounds exactly like human footsteps running downstairs? The thing that bothers me most is how deliberate it sounded. Not random noises that could be misinterpreted, but the clear, purposeful sound of someone running full speed from the top of our house to the bottom. And both of us heard it, exactly the same way. I've done some research on our house since then. It's about 60 years old, but I couldn't find any records of deaths or anything particularly tragic happening here. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida, both very much alive. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I find myself avoiding the stairs, taking the long way around or waiting until someone else is home before going up or down. I've started sleeping with my door firmly shut and locked. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I would have assumed they were exaggerating or that there was some obvious explanation they were overlooking. But I know what I heard. Nathan knows what he heard. Those footsteps were real. What scares me isn't just that night anymore. It's the waiting to see if it happens again, waiting to find out if whatever ran down our stairs that night is still here, invisible but present, watching us go about our lives in what we thought was our safe, normal home. I still wake up sometimes around 2 in the morning, my heart racing for no reason. And I lie there in the dark, listening, wondering if tonight will be the night our phantom runner decides to make another appearance.